I'm the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain.
it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate, hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit them talk, let them take shots. 007 on the block, hit the aim cock. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my boy said don't do it. I said bah. Yeah, my boy said don't do it. I said bah. Call ya up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it. Bring it up, can you keep up? Play follow the leader, big queso. I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a handgun. I've been on my King Kong, come halo. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said what? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, nah. Chill it with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said bah.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
you'll be the witness. At a time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 bands on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나는 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 써니 목소리 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 랠리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or zero 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말하잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
Told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we drive 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려 넣어 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 나를 느끼 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 쳐냈지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거든 꽤나 좁아져도 너네 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day again. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like a comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing?
I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right.
And
Hello everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. It's about time, I think, that we wrapped up the group stage. So here we are for you with our final 2 games. My name is Toy, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined for the first time in Challengers EMEA Stage 3 by MP. How are you doing, my friend?
yes, thank you. I'm doing really well. Obviously, it's the last day of group stages, and that means only one thing. We are 1 day away from playoffs, and that's going to be interesting. I mean, before we hop on to today's games, I think this has been an amazing tournament already. Some really big upsets in terms of this whole group stage, at least for me, and some kind of surprise performances there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Now, look, here's the thing. We've also got a third member of talent to introduce you to us backstage folks, and that is Affinity. She's going to be helping us with everything behind the scenes as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. A little bit upset I've got one less job today, as there is only going to be one stream going on, but that means you wonderful people get my full undivided attention, unfortunately for you.
Oh, well, that's absolutely lovely to hear. So why don't you talk us through yesterday's results? You can get some of the work in that you're not going to be doing off stream on that. How about that?
Exactly. Now, the Mouse versus Twisted Minds game, which set up a lot of pieces for everything that's going on today and the overall sort of schedule of the rest of the year even. So Mouse versus Twisted Minds did end up going 3 maps. Lotus, little bit of a quick one, but Haven and Bind, they were at each other's necks the whole time. We saw overtimes, we saw, you know, the whole of regulation being used, but ultimately Twisted Minds did come out on top here, and I know that Mao's got a little bit worried about what that meant for them off the back of that loss. But the other game as well that we got to talk about, Ulf versus the Ultimates, was a quick 2-0. I say quick 2-0, there was a double overtime on Ascent, but Lotus was done and dusted before you could even tell. And then of course the games that you guys got to see on stream, but there on screen are the lovely results.
All right, well, MP, since you haven't been here, let's take a look at the group standings, and you can tell me what you see. What surprised you? What's kind of been, you know, maybe something that has been... I don't know. I think there are surprises, right? I want you to take me through what you're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Group A. For me, that was a group of death. For me, the group of death was for mandatory. I saw BBL Pacific, Enterprise Esports, obviously the last Challengers EMEA finalists, to go through that. But all of a sudden, mandatory is like, yeah, I'll take this group. No chance for rest of your players. And I'm really happy that we actually saw Kellogg's in a great performance in that first match that they had. Group C, I think there was some maybe upsets here as well, but I really love how Affinity actually highlighted that yesterday's game, Twisted Minds against Mouse. I think we saw the perfect showing of why Sand is one of the highest rated players of the tournament. I love to see these players come in from different regions as well, bring out a lot of talent here, and I think that's exactly what we like to see in these groups. And obviously that group C is our only group that is kind of open here, kind of open for discussion, who is going to go through here, and there's some permutations that we're going to go through a little bit later on in this stage.
All right, well, Affinity, since you haven't got any extra games to take a look at on your second monitor for today, we can focus on today's games that we're going to be seeing here exclusively. No, not exclusively, but on this channel, and you can tell us what you're thinking about these two. Obviously, one of them doesn't really have any stakes with it, but what are you thinking about Boars versus Twisted Minds? That's my question.
It's a spicy one. Boars have shown some real determination, some real vigor, and some real talent coming into this as well. I think took quite a few people off guard, and it was really exciting, that series yesterday. A little bit unfortunate that they lost that first map, and that meant out of contention really for them. But they have an opportunity to upset some other people's days here, so their journey's not done. On the flip side, the Dirty Elise game isn't completely without stakes. Yes, it won't impact, the overall standing, but Dirty Elise, I think, surprised quite a few teams that they got to this point. They haven't secured themselves a map yet, so this would be a chance for them to secure a victory in EMEA, not even a series necessarily, but a map. So it's personal one for them, potentially.
All right, thank you so much for joining us on the pre-show, Affinity. We'll be saying hi to you later on today for some interviews, I'm sure. So goodbye. We'll see you later. Bye.
Catch you later.
All right, well, there we go. We're back to just us. And look, here's the games that we've got today. Here's the first game we got today. Boars versus Twisted Minds. And this one's a big one, right? This one could impact how this group shakes out. This is a big one. Mouse fans are going to be rooting for Boars completely at this point, right? This is the big one. Boars, they showed us yesterday that they can contend against the teams in their group. Obviously, their game versus Mouse was a blowout. They only got 4 maps over 4 maps. No, not quite. 4 rounds over 2 maps. But up against Movistar Koi Fenix, they actually staged a reverse sweep back in their favor. And look, some may say, Movistar Koi Fenix had nothing to play for. They were already out, therefore maybe they left the door open a little bit for Boars. But I think the fight from Boars was absolutely brilliant, more like what we saw from them in Northeast.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boars, they have done tremendously for the Ukrainian scene. Unfortunately for them, they cannot qualify through this group stage, but there are some teams that can qualify. And for that, I think we want to take into the or take a look into the ascension points, see which teams are close here. And obviously there is the dog on the table. If Boars lose, Mouse is completely out of ascension, and the ascension teams are locked. But as long as Boars win, the game is open. Mouse can make it to playoffs. They have to place third to be true. Also, there's some really difficult permutations as well. For mandatory, they are already in. Obviously, you see the teams on green, they are already in. But for Mouse, Dynasty, Focus, and ULF, everything is open for grabs. And the good thing for Focus is, and good thing for, I would say, ULF and Mouse is, if mandatory is fourth, I would say ULF, Mouse, and Focus, they have the best chances. As long as mandatory is above 4th place, which is last place of playoffs, Focus will be in 100%. I think we're gonna go over these permutations over and over again after we see this match kind of play out, but I think there are still so much in stake in this game. Even though for Boars it's a GG, even if they win, they cannot go through the playoffs, but obviously it's a great practice, it's great experience for them, and winning out against this very scary Twisted Minds roster would be really good.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. There are some teams that are playing for those Ascension spots, these Ascension points, to get into Ascension to fight their way into VCT, obviously, through that later this year. But for some teams, this stage is not what that's not what it's about, right? They're not playing specifically to get their org into a VCT spot. They're playing to get themselves seen. I do think for Boars, that is really what it is, right? They have come all the way from qualifiers in East all the way through Northeast, qualified here for this event as the 4th seed, just scraping on through. An absolute, they came out of nowhere, right? We weren't expecting anything from this team when we first saw them in the Northeast group stages, the Swiss stages, and yet here they are. They've made it to this stage, and they've now shown us that they can contend against some of the top teams. I mean, look, maybe the result against Mouse was not what they wanted, but up against Movistar Koi Phoenix, they really did put up a great fight. They've shown us now that they are capable of hanging with the big boys here up in the top echelons of EMEA Tier 2. Yeah. And it's an exciting team.
Oh yeah, and this is a team that made it through the in-game premier system, and I think you highlighted it really great. When they came into Northeast, I think for me, I had high hopes but really low expectations, and they have absolutely blown those expectations out of the park, especially when I think it was kind of tough for them in the beginning when they were kind of trying to face Formulation, but they lost twice. But after that, they actually got that redemption arc. They won against Team Liquid Academy, then against Formulation Gaming, when actually mattered, and now they are in Challengers EMEA as well. Sure, can't get out of the groups, but this is incredible for them, and one of the spearheads for these teams. It's really easy to always highlight the duelist, but Kolosha, I think he's just incredible. He has got him some highlights here, and ace as well on Twitter in the tournament. I still feel like Kolosha is kind of missing that oomph that he had in Northeast, but obviously we have to remember this is Challengers EMEA. Here are the cream of the crop of Tier 2, and dominating this scene is much harder than your regional leagues.
Yeah, I do think obviously today is going to be an insanely uphill battle. If they thought Mouse was a difficult game, this one is also going to be pretty insane. Yeah, Kolosha, really, we won't call him a one-trick pony, but let's say 1.5 maybe. Yeah, we're getting close to that one. Plays Neon pretty much everywhere. So at the very least, Twisted Minds know what they're coming up against, even if they haven't been playing against Boars all the way throughout. You know what? This is actually the kind of two teams I would say least likely to ever have scrimmed each other in this. So his Twisted Minds, right, obviously injecting some MENA teams into our final Challengers EMEA, and you know there were question marks coming into this one. You know, MENA have not really played against the other EMEA teams so far. How have they just got themselves into Ascension? Well, they're showing now that they deserve that place, right? They obviously, this is not the most difficult group out of Challengers EMEA so far, but they've got themselves in the best position possible to get into playoffs, and I do think this team can really make a dent in every other team in this tournament.
Yeah, and this team has upgraded their players tremendously. Last team, it was mostly a solid team. I think that team was mediocre at best. They couldn't quite make it through from their regional leagues, but this time around they're so different. At the start of the year, they picked up Magic, obviously Sand was there, Zemo and Exit were the core 2 players on the roster, but Jesse coming through from the mid-season. I feel like Jesse has been around forever. Even from back in like 2020 and 2021, Jesse was already a kind of prominent name in the scene, playing the initiator role quite a lot, but now he's been switching it around. Well, I think this started over a year ago in Valiant as well, going for that controller role. I remember back in the days, this guy was so strong. I think it was against Kova or something where he almost dropped like 30 kills, something crazy. But Jesse, incredible player. But for me, I swear Jesse feels like he would be like 25, 26 years old, but he's only 22 years old, which means he started at like 17 years when Valorant came out. And I mean, when we look at the opposing side, a lot of these players are at the point where Jesse was 5 years ago, and I'm gonna be honest, this guy is incredible on the server. Really smart player as well, and I think it has been a great addition for this Twisted Minds roster, and there's a reason why they are at Ascension right now, or Challengers EMEA, and have a grab for Ascension as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, as we move towards the map, Veto, here, we get closer and closer to the time of this one. What are your predictions? I mean, look, Boars, we know we're not we know they're not the favorites. We know that they're going to have a difficult time here. Do you think they're going to take a map here against Twisted Minds?
I really hope so. I mean, obviously Twisted Minds, they are already locked in the Ascension, so maybe they don't have too much to play for in terms of Boars absolutely wanting to get that glory for their own region, for Ukraine, try to make the best out of this scene that they have already gone through in Challengers EMEA, and I think this would be a really important win for them, even getting a map. It's going to be an interesting map, Veto, because Abyss is both teams the permanent ban. So Boars, I was kind of thinking, is it going to be Ascend? Is it going to be something else? Haven and Lotus most likely going to be the maps that are going to be played here. Corrode may be a decider, but I think this is going to be interesting map, Veto, to see whether Twisted Minds are going to go for something else than the Haven and the Lotus that they're picking on. Boars, same thing for them.
Kind of doubt it from Twisted Minds. I do think we're going to start out with Haven. Never mind. Wow, okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I love that.
I was hoping that Boars were going to push through Corrode as their first map pick, just in case, to try and stop it from being banned, maybe, but no. Okay, we're seeing some maps that we haven't really seen a lot of over the course of Challengers EMEA so far. I mean, starting things off on Bind is definitely, we're harkening back towards 2022 kind of area, where that was the mainstay for EMEA. Corrode is going to be banned out by Twisted Minds. That's not a massive surprise that it was left towards the end. I mean, we're going to end up on Haven or Lotus here. It's just whether... I'm not surprised by that. I do think we've seen more of Boars on Haven, and therefore... we've seen more of Twisted Minds on Haven, and therefore Boars were going to veto that out a little more likely than Lotus. So... this is an interesting map, Veto, though. I'm
really excited about this map, Veto. I'm surprised that it didn't go on the way of Haven and Lotus being the first picks. Bind coming in from Boars, Twisted Minds. Obviously, they had a pretty decent Bind against Mouse. 13 and 10, that was a really good map for them. And I love Boars maybe going for that counter pick, because Twisted Minds, they are not the most comfortable team in Sunset. They banned that out at least once on the second ban. And I think that's a great counter pick, going for that, thinking like, okay, Sunset has been pretty good for us in the Northeast region. We've won against some great teams. Okay, Boars. Okay. I'm
trying to see the last time we saw Boars play by now, because I did not expect this, so I'm having to look through
that was a week ago. So they are going for the same composition that they played against a week ago, but I'm really happy to see that we're gonna see a mirror match up here, because always having the same agents kind of promotes on you getting the best of your agents and knowing exactly how to play this map against your own composition, knowing the strengths and the weaknesses. So I think this all comes down to the basics. How do you execute this comp? How well do you know your own composition, and can you utilize that information against your opponent?
Yeah, I'm just taking a look now. It does not look like Boars have tested out their bind against a tier 2 team since Enterprise back 2 months ago, and that was a completely different idea, a completely different composition. So now they're trying out what they tried out in the little break between tier 2 and Challengers EMEA now, and we'll see if it works against the big dogs, Twisted Mind. We're going to throw it over to our casters now, Pavlos and Winter.
With Ascension pretty much being figured out already, there's only one clear narrative going around with this match. It's quite fair to say that being number 1 in MENA hasn't really meant too much in the past, but Twisted Minds, they have a successful start to the tournament, getting themselves out of their group first, straight into playoffs. Now that would prove that you should have eyes on Twisted Minds heading into Ascension.
Yeah, and obviously they have already qualified into Ascension. This is just more about making it a little bit more competitive and, like you said, proving themselves in towards this one, because this is the first time Twisted Minds in the entire year in this event have been playing against a team that's outside their region. And obviously it was very underestimated, a lot of the teams coming in, because it was that very closed off ecosystem. But now Boars have the chance to do the funniest thing of make the Dach fans' day and give a little bit of Mouse another chance. So it's the Mouse, the mice behind the Boars right now.
Yeah, sure. It's the animal shaking hands, really. The animal kingdom really moving in as a unit, and a bit of a handshake between North, East, and DACH. It's always been a little bit of a rivalry, hasn't it? We've always had these memes between North and DACH, but this time, both want the same result out of this one. Let's get things going, though. Twisted Minds moving into this A site. 3 players defending for board. They are awaiting about what's going to happen. But this push is explosive from Sand. He already gets one. Quick trade from Kalosha. But Twisted Minds not slowing down at all. Not really wanting to go for the spike plant. Want to go all the way behind the site, clearing it completely. Javelin had no chance.
Yeah, it's just a second of support from Sacred, but what is that shot? Doesn't even get an option, a chance to see an opponent close in towards this one. Taken out through the smoke on the rotate. And now it just makes it a little bit more difficult for these players, especially after that shot. But Trozy has managed to have an answer back in towards one, but time dwindling. Thing is, there's no mollies for this spike.
That is really looking for scraps, to be fair, though, Summer. When you've got 3 players that can just fire in your approximate direction, one's eventually going to land the bullet, and you can even close up the distance to make sure you're not missing. Jesse with the final headshot of that one, but let's be fair, the highlight of this round was Exit's 1 taps with the Sheriff.
I mean, we saw one of them. The other one was, I guess, not even a lucky shot, just a nice pre-fire going into towards heaven. Yeah, like, I didn't even know, man. This shot is nice, and that's also something that is just going to be with it. Obviously, it's not necessarily new changes because we had Bind back in for a little bit, then it got taken back out, and now it's back. But that angle in towards the sort of security area towards backside on A is going to be so difficult if we're seeing the similar sort of cleanliness in those shots playing in towards the post plant. Something that Twisted Minds have a lot for in those.
It's interesting, isn't it, Summer? Because both of these teams have got the same composition, but you don't quite know if they'll be approaching this map in the same way, right? Twisted Minds already showing that they're happy to go the extra mile when it comes to taking sites, right? Going deep for these pushes.
We have seen it just on the pistol, right? I loved watching.
Yeah, you're right.
I watched back a couple of rounds of Twisted Minds versus Mouse on this map yesterday. It was the 3rd map in the decider. It's what's kept Twisted Minds in running to make it out of the group. So they're at least gonna have a little bit of confidence coming into this one, especially with Ball's track record. Not necessarily the most glowing.
For sure. Was a clean day for Twisted Minds yesterday, for sure. Happy to get the result they wanted. These pistols are hurting, though. You need to be careful. Balls, when they're given the opportunity on these secondaries, can do quite a lot, and now they found themselves some upgrades. Kalosha on the Vandal. You've got Jesse and Zimo left all to themselves. Twisted Minds is playing this one slow, knowing that it's Balls that need to step forwards. Paranoia, well, Prowler spots out one of these players are. Kalosha, that's a good flash, but Jesse unaffected. So saves his teammate's life, and now they can converge together on this position. Javelin is able to isolate the one, but Zimo's just too much to ask from him. A damaging round for Twisted Minds, but a round they'll collect nevertheless.
Yeah, but that's such an incredibly costly round. Twisted Mind comes into that with 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, and sure, it was a Sheriff and a Ghost to help bolster that up a little bit, but the fact that they're only walking away with 1 player alive, and it could have gone either way, like it was a 1v1 it came down to. They're still able to...
It was really close.
Yeah, at least they're still able to reinvest a little bit into this one, especially when you're looking at the players that didn't invest in towards that last round, the ones with the Sheriffs, with the Ghosts. So they still have something to bolster up this Vandal that has been passed over towards Exit. If that's what we're going to be seeing from Balls on the very unupgraded pistols, I think this could be...
Yeah, this time around...
an interesting match.
Yeah, sorry. Indeed, and Balls have already kind of changed up the pace a little bit. And so Twisted Minds, not really going for that direct hit off the rip. Poke and prod in a couple locations. It's been enough to keep 3 players occupied into this V site. A bit of an exploration attempt from Balls, as they realize that left-hand side is clear, but Twisted Minds now make their intentions an absolute A-site takeover on its way, and basically complete.
Yeah, that's a great gap closer coming through with the double satchels. Judge to follow it up, but there's some sort of answer back from Javelin, but it's so costly in regards to their health. Sure, it's equal numbers, but now you're looking at Closure and Ray. What can they do on their retake coming in from Defender spawn?
And look at Javelin, he's actually leaving entirely, wanting to create another angle of attack and surprise Zimmer in the process. I wonder if he'll be looking at it. And he's been silent in the process. Oh, dear me, Javelin, this is genius. This is so damn smart.
Oh my god, he does.
He does, eventually. And Kosher wins his own fight on the other front as well, onto the spike, putting pressure onto Sand, but he's got the perfect gun for the situation. One judge shot in the approximate direction is enough, and I don't think it's even being diffused halfway. Smoke fades, Sand is there to clutch it up. Crisis averted, 3 in a row for Twisted Minds.
And it comes back to the judge of all things. Starts it off with a double satchel through, and just off the damage the rest of his teammates were able to do, you can see it doesn't even have to peek out the smoke for that one. And an easy cleanup towards the end. But it was not an easy mid-rounding for the side of Twisted Minds. It got a little bit scary. Nice reposition coming in from Javelin to catch Zima off guard. But now back onto the lesser bite. An aggression down towards A short.
Yeah, Ball was really taking a lot of space here. And challenging for Zemo's fight. It is a stack up for Twisted Minds, so an equal trade. Both Razors having the impact here, but it's Sand with a showstopper no longer available in this round.
But it does also mean that there's no smokes available for balls.
True.
What?
That is crazy exit! How do you even get away with a double pump?
I fear Exit maybe having a matchup. Because this is the thing that we were talking about with some of the other games that when we were looking at Job Life, Mao's even now, is the path to making playoffs is out of their hands, right? But for the side of Twisted Minds, they actually, their playoffs are on the line in this matchup. It doesn't matter if it takes them 3 maps to close this out. If they close this out, they will be going towards playoffs.
30 seconds
and Mao's just have to sit in the sidelines.
Spike planted.
It's crazy. And look, I know we've kind of painted the picture that Twisted Minds come from a region which hasn't, you know, traditionally done too well in the session tournament. Sure, they've been random moments where there have been some upsets here and there, but it's never been a consistent factor. But coming into this Challengers EMEA tournament, we've had so many of these players pop off, right? You've got players like Sikri, who's, you know, often first to die, but always is traded, has a perfect understanding on how to play and be impactful. And so many of these, you know, individuals that have been topping the charts so far in Challengers EMEA, it's crazy to see how well-rounded they are.
A little bit of a different look. They no longer want to go towards A. It's down towards B with the ultimate, but Closure manages to get one in kind as an answer back, but still exits over towards side, but he's getting shut down. There's kills going left, right, and center for Balls right now, and this might be their opportunity to put one on the board.
Yeah, it might just well be a perfect hold. Barely challenged. There were so many players available to this defense, and now it's Sikri all to himself. Kalosha, though, will make it a simple endeavor, a triple, as soon as an operator is available to him. Not too shabby.
I feel like we need to have a look at the replay because there was multiple kills on multiple different fronts, all coming in at the same time or in the space of a second. So the initial one is over towards long. It's the attempted of the ultimate out. TPs come through, fighting around towards hookup. And hey, first time Twisted Minds put this side over towards B, and it's a shutdown from Kalosha.
Yeah, let's go to A this time, not B. That didn't work. Back to the drawing board.
Well, that's a nice little pocket. Bit of utility, sending the flash through the teleporter on towards B to help with the showers play, but Exit is still threatening that position. The Viper's pit out towards short. Might funnel Twisted Minds back over towards this B side. It's take 2 of something they weren't able to accomplish in the previous. Closure's still here with the operator.
All right, Sam, let's see what you've got here. He's one of the players we were referencing when talking about topping the charts. Oh, the Prowler missing Kalosha. They're not going to clear this, so it allows the opportunity for a free TP and a pickup. No way he gets away scot-free, and Sand doesn't get a chance to have impact either. Death by paint shells. That's a painful way to go down. Kalosha's quite out into the open, but there is an answer back. Jesse is tucked to bed with a paint.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate Troisy as well joins in. This is looking clean from Bulls. B-site seems very easy to hold from them as they gain back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, it's just easily stunted for the scale-up that Twisted Minds are trying, right? Obviously, it comes back to the Prowler missing Kalosha, is able to get his TP out for free. Sure, eventually gets dealt with, but at the same time, as those longs fights are going, there's a lot of damage coming through towards those hooker players. That's how we saw Sand go down towards that grenade, is because Ray had already dinked them with a Phantom just seconds prior. Same goes for the damage that was done onto Zimmer. So there was so many things that they had to get past that were just making the attack of Twisted saying, fall flat.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That looks scary for a second, but it's never fear to get the collection. Zimmo is able to sniff out the 1v1. Zimmo again, okay. He is really catching out these A-site defenders. Nightfall thrown in preemptively as well, making sure you clear this out one simply. Kalosha is in a good position to find Zimmo. Gets one. Ooh, can't get away, Zimmo. What are these headshots, man? What has he had for breakfast?
One enemy remaining.
On for the ace. He is low, so maybe not necessarily wanting to take that third and final fight, but he might. But hang on, Javelin has an answer back, but too many players to deal with in such quick succession. And sure, it's a round for Twisted Minds, but off the back of some of these shots from Zimmo, oh, that one is absolutely nasty on towards Kalosha.
It's ridiculous. And the round was still close after that, right? There was only one survivor by the end.
It's still a reinvestment, at least. We've seen how the operator can be impactful for the side of Bulls. Whether it's playing the bait and switch over towards showers at the start, helping to anchor down towards the site. A little bit of utility is enough to scare off Sikri.
Yeah, this time doing their due diligence to cover that cubby. Not taking any chances. Javelin falling back. Clone thrown in. His position, Telegraph. Kalosha is able to trade out his teammate's life, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Down to 28 points of health. And a full B-site takeover for the first time here for Twisted Minds.
On this Viper's put as well, it's not just on towards site, it also goes in towards spawn.
Dimensional Drift, together with Nightfall. Orbital Strike to delay the push. Kalosha's just saying, shoot at my body. And that's exactly what Neverfear does. Jesse will have to fall quickly. And Twisted Minds are in big trouble.
But there's so much utility.
You also have an Orbital Strike available for yourself. And the spray down from Zimmer works out superbly to begin with. Bulls are questioning how they want to be approaching this because they're not going to be forcing Zimmer away.
They can tap the spike, make sure the orbital strike gets expended, but the time is ticking. They need to get these kills.
He's going in again. Neverfear, though, he's got the read. Sikri knows he's under time crunch. He's got enough time to deal with all three. Wow, that is an incredible clutch. But it's just the pressure from the util available to put Bulls under.
Eesh. You know you have to win out those fights. They get two opportunities to do it. Kalosha just has to put his trust in his teammates, but Sikri has different ideas. And sure, there's a couple of rounds that Bulls were able to put on towards the table, and the last few have been competitive. At the moment, it's 6-2 in favor of Twisted Minds. They still have an operator out for Javelin. And Kalosha's going on towards the Stinger, so maybe wanting to be a little bit more aggressive with this double dealer setup over towards B.
Sure. It also feels like it's a bit of a relief for Twisted Minds getting a successful B hit. They failed the last couple times they tried.
What was it, third, fourth time lucky?
Third.
At least they can say, we have options. We don't have to be rinse and repeat A. does seem like they want to repeat it in towards this one at least. They spotted out the operator of Javelin, who's unable to connect the shot initially.
Often these A sites from Twisted Minds mean they're the first one to chime in with a kill. This time Paul's put a lot of importance into holding in lamps. And even though they've done a lot of damage, it's not enough for the picks. This is clean stuff from Exit. Even though he's down to 2 points of health, Sand on 10, it feels impossible for Balls to breach in.
And it's not if necessarily they've got the best weapons to save, right? You're thinking of maybe Javelin could have saved the operator if he was coming in for a retake, but stuck out over towards Lamps is that dropped weapon. Surprisingly, I don't necessarily want to save these, so hoping that they can catch one or two on going aggressive on towards the exit. But all in all, it's another clean round for Twisted Minds. Nice execute coming in. Sure, we got a little bit scary with how low some of these players got, but that's an operator recycled for exit. Have a look at see how the operator on attack is going to go for the Menace side.
Yeah. How do Balls break the silence here? That's the question on their minds. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a timeout. You're right.
They might think they know what they're doing. Believe they have a handle on the game or an opportunity to have the right answer back. Again, exploration over towards showers.
And again, Sikri frontlining. This is not uncommon for Twisted Minds. You'll see him as the initiator to take these fights first and be traded.
Kind of funny when you have a double duelist, but...
Right? Exit with first blood again. He's been brilliant at these.
Yeah, and you talk about Sikri being the front line, but it's managed to put Sand in towards that cubby position. Dimensional drift being utilized. Closure has no chance of going unnoticed. And instead, it's going to be a complete free B site. But Hooker's under contention.
And the fact that Kalosha got another pick makes things fathomable for Balls, but Exit's got everything under control. He's got Troisy exactly where he wants him as well. Under his sightlines, Troisy realizes the chances of this one are very low. So white flag waved as he takes his feet elsewhere. Twisted Minds continue to rack up these rounds. It's starting to get it's becoming very scary, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, for Balls, this is the first time they've played against, I'd say, a top-tier team, or especially when we're thinking about in the realms of tier 2 teams, because looking at Enterprise was the last time they faced against them was towards the end of July. Since then, it's been in some CIS tournaments and the off-season, not necessarily that of, not even just Northeast level, but EMEA level when we're in this conversation of where Twisted Minds have got to here.
I mean, there are some familiar names, actually, in the teams they played, Mayor, but again, that is not top echelon of challenges. Just some names that
I mean, it's not really the
from
top
the
of Northeast.
No, it's not. You've got players like Ice2K, you've got Chuckle, people you've seen around, Raz. But you're right. It's nothing like the level of competition they are facing right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not teams that you tend to expect to be going into playoffs of Northeast, yet alone coming to the opportunity to make playoffs of Challengers EMEA, because that's what's on the line right now for Twisted Minds, is to make it out of groups, because it's between them and Mouse, and realistically, well, it's them and Twisted Minds versus Mouse and Balls as a combination, really, at this point. Like you said, expected to see a Balls timeout sooner rather than later. One saved rifle, there's conversations on how you want to reinvest into around this.
Could it be argued that it's a bit too late, though? You know, they're already 8-2 down. Sure, you've got a couple of rounds to recover, but you don't really have the economy to do that.
I mean, if you can recover this now off the back of this timeout to make it a 4-8, then yeah, absolutely worth it. But yeah, I do understand what you mean by, like, if it could have been done a little bit sooner, maybe you could have been seeing something different. But the rounds from Twisted Minds have been relatively dominant, so you can't really make too much of a conversation there, at least in the last few.
Oh no. And look, Balls do not have the coaching staff behind them like Twisted Minds do, right? There are 3 different people responsible of the behind the scenes. You've got Robert and Flynn as assistant coach and analyst, and you've got Andreas and the coaching roster. Kalosha with first blood. That's as good as it gets for Balls to begin things.
Do we count Andreas as Northeast from his time on Hookahs?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I mean, he's had time in DAC, Northeast, Spain, and now MENA, so he's been around the block. But we'll claim him. He's ours.
Well, doesn't look like, other than Jesse's life being claimed early on, it's just an exchange of utility across the map on both extremities.
And there's going to be a lot of pressure now inflicted on the A site from 2 different directions, and I don't feel like Balls are correctly equipped for this. You've got players stuck in place. Sure, Troisy is able to find a trade there. Now he's got assistance. This is doable. Double kill for Troisy. And Rare is unexpected here. No way you think Lams has been bolstered up like this so soon. Javelin has a spike in his hands, and Zimmer knows he's got a lot to do here. Rare on catch-up duties. This was a light buy for Balls, but they make it work.
Back soon.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about when it comes out onto us this execute, this smoke towards middle side just makes it so much more difficult for Twisted Minds to really feel safe on towards it. That you can see the fight going over towards showers. You need to clear that out. You saw Sikra going for it, and unfortunately loses that gunfight in the 1v1, drops the spike. Putting a little bit of a span into the works of the execute of Twisted Minds onto the initial gambit out A.
Ooh, just in the nick of time there. Really left it to the final millisecond.
But an orb picked up, so that's Troisy 1 away now from the orbital strike, and coming into the last round and a half could be game changing. Yeah, especially if he can get one as they start to come out or do some damage.
Fake teleport. Time to jump.
There's things to work with for Balls and towards this one, but I don't know if Kalosha knows. Man's already managed to sneak into her car.
That's so sneaky. And with the rest of the Twisted Minds squad lining up towards his left-hand side, this is going to be a tough one to hold for Balls. And you'll slowly realize there's not much presence on that A site with a short push. Oh, Kalosha's realized with that blast pack now, taking the wider peak given to the blast pack's explosion, and still gets the fight going in his way. Never fear with a double, and that should do it. Sure, Exit finds his entry. Sure, Sikri has approached the site and can get the spike down, but Balls have got double the amount of players available to you. But is that for long? Exit misses a chance to trade out his life, but it goes misused. Javelin wins his 1v1, and Exit now in the hottest of seats. 3 to deal with. Fully telegraphed position, and the world closing in on him even from above. Kalosha on the sideline gets it done, and Balls indeed mitigate the damage inflicted on the first half, getting a 4th by the end. Still a lot to be done here, but this is recoverable.
One last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Portal closed.
time for the switch of sides as Twisted Minds get themselves on the defense. Decent start to the game, 8-4. Bulls have got a bit to go, but at least they got back-to-back rounds in the end to make things a little bit more fathomable.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Off the back of that timeout, right, you at least recover the remaining 2 rounds of the half, and for it's not that bad, but when you're coming into this with mirror compositions, neither side really being the favorite, slightly edging out on towards the attacking win rate, I have an opportunity now to close up the gap just a little bit.
And it's a mirror comp again, so we'll get to see how these teams will be playing this one out differently. Bulls having a chance to have tempo on the attack.
Toxin screen down.
And we saw Twisted Minds loved the A hit, struggled a little bit with the B. Had some success here and there, but it was mainly A that they were able to rack up their rounds, and Bulls might have a similar idea. Slow but steady.
Sikri spots them. Bolstering up. Lamps control. And you can see that Bulls are stuck in a bubble, really, all together grouped up, but disjointed when it comes to the push. That's rough. Sikri gets away with a double headshot fight, and if you're Bulls now, there's not much left you can hope for. Individual madness is required, and especially when Jesse is on the back line, knocking on that back door. It is going to be a tough one to recover. Exit with a double kill. It's not even close. Bulls don't get away with a frag as Twisted Minds cleaned up.
I hope they show the first part, the bit just before Sikri's double kill, because he couldn't shoot the reveal. He missed like 4 bullets on the reveal, but as soon as players are on his screens, he's managed to connect the double headshots. So when it counts, he can hit his shots. Okay, guys. But I just found that a little bit funny, a little bit silly. But yeah, it's still a round for Twisted Minds. And I don't want to be someone that keeps pointing out the scoreboard, but currently Exit is 17-9, and being like one of 2 duelists on, and majority of the rounds being on the attacking side from what we've seen from them so far. We've seen sort of both sides of him in regards to slow and fast, but this time we're seeing a fast play coming out from Bulls.
Big change of pace. And it is successful so far for Bulls, getting themselves a couple of picks and maybe some weapon upgrades. 3 players with Stingers. This is dangerous for Twisted Minds.
I have the numbers as well to work with.
Are they going an elbow? Are they going to attempt it? It feels like Bulls are ready to greet them there.
They still have another smoke to cycle out over towards spawn.
Not the worst weapon for Exit to hold. A couple pumps, 2 kills. This is entirely possible. Snakebite is successful. Oh, the clone is sent in, and it's a perfect distraction. Bulls can now clean up. Brilliant balance of tempo. Brilliant bait and switch. And now it's Jesse. A couple of these players are low, so it could be clean up. But no, Javelin connects the first shot he shoots with Bulls, quickly interrupting Twisted Minds' flow.
Yeah, you're talking about the difference between both of these teams when it comes to what we can see from the mirror comp when we see Bulls switch over towards that attacking side. When it came to A, we saw a little bit more of a slow and steady, managing to get out behind the Viper's wall. And when it came to B, it was just... did not take their foot off the pedal. And sure, it helps that you have Stingers, you can play fast and loose, especially when it comes out to satcheling outside for Ray and the TPs from Kolosha.
Ooh. Now, we saw Bulls go for something like this in the short play, and it worked out for them. Same thing goes for Twisted Minds now on the pistol.
And off the back of that, they decided to up and leave. So they've shown enough presence over towards A that hoping they can lure Bulls into a false sense of security that rotating to B is the right decision. They haven't moved. They're sticking around, and especially off the back of that kill, might give Bulls what they need to commit out in towards A.
That's a simple A hit here, and the TP taken from the players along to make sure they get here quick. And short Twisted Minds, we've got a collapse of their own. You've got to take risk and group your players together. That's where you can find strength and numbers. Kolosha well prepared for this. He's got a good angle. And he's not revealing himself quickly either.
Oh, that's a couple of people spotted.
I love that he's just peeking while reloading as well. Just no respect. Getting the information. Letting the rest of the balls know the timing they should expect for the cross. And indeed, all eyes in Catwalk. Though Sanders making it difficult, as he always tends to do. Dink onto Zimmo.
One enemy remaining.
Causing some trouble, but other than that, the two rifles coming into this round for Boars will be saved. They'll be escaping the spike explosion, and a 6th on the board for Boars.
This is similar scoreline that we would have been expecting should Boars win the pistol. But they're doing a little bit more of an unconventional fashion. Still only 3 rounds now of a buffer for Twisted Minds. With an opportunity to bring out rifles in towards this one, we have a little bit more of an equal buy, and now Exit is the one that's bringing out the operator. We saw how impactful Kolosha was on his defensive half with this weapon and how easily he was able to shut down these B hits. But Exit wants to put it over towards Showers.
Exit is the master of first bloods. He's joint firsts prior to this match in the tournament so far, and he's probably going to be at the top of that leaderboard. Kolosha backs it up. Vote. So Balls square things up a little bit as they take space control. Jesse sticking around, that's a bit risky in the smoke. Doesn't end up being spammed, and now he's got reinforcements. This is actually going to be a quick retake for Twisted Minds. As soon as Sand appears here from Heaven, we'll start to make them move, and into lamps they go. Jesse leading the charge here. The deep angle to position into Javelin gets 2, and now the reinforcements appear from short. Javelin, though, needs no help. Triple kill. Important pickups for Balls, because this is going to cripple Twisted Minds economically. 2 players left, but Sanders taking them through their paces. Still time to defuse. Still a showstopper available. But without this pick, there will be no time remaining. Never Fear cleans up. It's a close affair by the end of this one, but Balls coming out ahead have put Twisted Minds under a bit of trouble.
Yeah, this triple sequence from Javelin, absolutely nasty. But even then, it didn't feel like the round was secure. Sand being one of, actually not even being one of the highest rated, is the highest rated player so far in this group stage. Obviously, it is the last day, but yeah, it's been a player that's been very consistent across the board in the sense of I think he has a 1.3, 1.4 rating. You never want to count them out in those scenarios.
I feel like Balls winning rounds like this and starting to create streaks is just exciting the Mouse fans out there, right? I can imagine that, oh, maybe they can win this. Maybe they take their opponents as map pick here. Oh, that could be cool.
All across the animal kingdom, people are watching and cheering for the Balls. Because it is though, right?
Yeah, it's Balls, it's mice.
It's not ideal for the MENA side though.
No.
The gap starting to close. A timeout now to see what they can do about it, but it's not even ideal coming into this one, right? Round 17, no money, up against 2 outlaws. It's not fun. It's not going to be the easiest round for them, but I'm not counting the Sheriffs out because they've already shown what they can do with them in this map already. And a flash out of Hooker. Seemingly off the contact of Sand.
Yeah, but Balls aren't really in an out position here.
I mean, they're playing so respectful right now because they know about the money situation of Twisted Minds. The flash out comes on their own call, on their own terms. Does a decent amount of damage to Ray, but that's 3 players spotted.
I mean, that's the whole premise of going for the double outlaw play, right? Waiting for your opponents to appear in your screens, pick them up, make your lives easy, essentially. But now they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive, revealing when one of the players is. Flash out. I wonder how deeper you want to go. It's a simple spray from 3 different players from Balls. This is a clean takeover of the A site so far. And Twisted Minds need a little time to collect all their players together.
I'm just worried about if we see a ultimate pop as the time starts to get lower and lower because the spike's not committed.
Kolosha now showing his hand. That's an ace up his sleeve as well. Now these outlaws can do what they were intended to, just set back and clean up. Never Fear, in the midst of this chaos, is finding a lot. This Phantom is going berserk. Exit, of course, has got to make his presence known. He's got to be flamboyant in every single way possible, but it's just not enough this time around. Bulls have got their opponents' number. 8-9 being the score. This game is getting close.
And it's so ideal as well that they only lose 2 players from the side of Bulls because they're able to recycle those weapons. So realistically, they've only lost 2 Outlaws going into that. Reinvest into Vandals, which they would have had to do anyway, even if it was a flawless round. Because coming into this one, it's the full buy coming out back out now for Twisted Minds. Exit again on this Operator. But this time, looking over to start over towards B, but there's no one home. Bulls want to go aggressive over towards Showers.
It does feel like Exit is kicking and screaming his way through this match, right? He's had so much impact for the squad, but he needs a little bit extra from someone else, and Sand has just stepped up to the plate. Ooh, showstopper straight away. But because Bulls are so aggressive, jumping the gun, it caught him off guard. Didn't expect it. And instantly Bulls ahead, double the amount of players available to them.
And they're leaving. But the thing is, Exit hasn't left yet. He's going to be on this line with the Operator as soon as this wall drops.
This is perfect for Exit. Gets the first pick. He is clean with it.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness.
This was a 4v2.
He's down to 2v2. He's got his ultimate available now and he's exploring the entire B site. He knows this is not what his opponents are going for. Makes the call for his teammate to hold A.
And Jesse's going to be on A in time. Troy's 2 HP. There's so little that Bulls have to work with.
That's a great haunt. So Jace's position is revealed, but he still gets away with the pick, and with Troyzy being low, a headshot landing, Twisted Minds. Spectacular response, and again, it's Exit to save the day. Make a monument for this guy.
They played themselves, Pavlos. It was a 4v2. The rotates, neither Jesse or Exit had rotated over towards A. It was a free site. They make the decision they don't want to stick around, and seemingly shooting themselves in the foot, or at least offering themselves up to exits. They leap out of hooker. Admittedly, some nice shots hit.
They're brilliant shots.
And Jesse just cleans up over towards A because then they just play 1-on-1.
Ooh, boy. Just when things started to get scary, because before that it was just the pitch around collected for Twisted Minds in this half. Exit with the TP push, and he gets away. What is this, man? It's crazy. Javelin, though, might have just been given a gift, and there is assistance nearby. Ooh, it's chaotic. It's very crazy right now. It's a 2v2, and Bulls don't have info on the rest of the players.
Just don't TP, guys. You know these are the B players, and especially with Jesse pushing out, Exit has at least come closer towards spawn side of A.
It's the same duo as before.
Oh, Jesse knows for the repositioning towards Showers.
Easy as ever. One left. Flashing Colossus position in Exit. Boy, it looked like he was moving while lining up that shot. And that is brilliant. That's easy. On that head-to-head, Twisted Minds at that individual level seem to be a level above right now.
Bulls are putting their best foot forward at the same time. Not to overhype a single player, but yeah, Exit has just been a consistent force. That short Bulls sometimes are getting past, sometimes getting over that hurdle, but more often than not, it's a costly one. And now coming out towards Bulls, scoreline 8-11. They were on a roll. They were on a tear, Pavlos. They had 4 straight coming into this half. We're off 2 back-to-back rounds, 2 back-to-back clutches. What, a 2v4 and a 2v2 from Exit and Jesse?
You're right. It was looking really good for Bulls. But this is where your mental is tested, and this is why it's important for Bulls to take part in tournaments like this, get it to this level, right? Because, look, this young Ukrainian roster hasn't had the opportunity to play with teams at this caliber for these types of stakes. Obviously, they're already eliminated from the tournament, right? But they might as well make their last showing count. And it's a great time to show how they can adapt on the fly like this. Test their mental, test their psyche. This is the time to do it.
For the side of Bulls, it's also a team that just takes part in whatever they can, right? Of the off-season, like tier 3 off-season tournaments between the end of Northeast and the start of EMEA.
It's been a bit of a blessing for them since they've changed the rules about third-party tournaments, right? Getting to play everything they can between different Challengers events.
Yeah, and they want to improve. We've definitely seen an uptick in their performance, but right now it's Twisted Minds that have had a little bit of a change of heart, decided they don't want another streak of rounds. Continuing for Bulls and Closure, holding the TP, but Sand had other ideas.
Yeah, this is Mr. Impact himself, Sand. Already showing up. Two Vipers near a Viper's pit. It just feels like they're vibing with each other right now, but only one is unaffected by these toxins. And even though Jesse hears the commotion, doesn't choose to fire his weapon, knowing that that could easily be counteracted back at him. Balls with the intention to hit this left-hand side. 2 pieces to this push, both Hookah and Long.
Yeah, there's 3 players here, and Zimway's here with the orbital strike. They leave this too late. It could be a bloodbath with so much damage just coming from utility.
It's already getting to that territory. Incendiary thrown in. You're going to have to jump over. Rest changed his life. 13 seconds. He's got to move. And I feel like Balls have already made a decision not to. Or maybe they've just looked at the clock and realized there's no much time remaining. Sand creates a triple for himself. This one. Balls crumble underneath their own feet. And only 1 round remaining for Twisted Minds to collect Bind.
It's what's difficult when you leave it down to the wire. Sure, you're investing 2 ultimates to trying to make it out. You have the showstopper, you have the orbital strike, but the answer back is there. So is the delay. Can't even make it over the threshold when it comes towards B. And this was something that Twisted Minds were struggling with on their own attacking sides of how easy it was for Balls to shut them out. Now, coming to what could be the last round of this half. Ultimates off the board for some of the big playmakers like Rhea, like Troisy. Instead, Exit. Closure might be in for a head-to-head.
Balls seems to have made the decision again. This is going to be a crunch of
TP
Long.
out. Yeah, there's no TP out for Exit either, so he's relatively committed to this position. A punish could be available.
Exit doesn't miss these shots, but when a clone is presented to him...
Oh my god, he's sticking around!
He's nuts. And he's even found another angle to pressure this Hookah. Approach Rare, uses the blast pack to get quicker out of Exit's crosshair. Sikri also around to do a lot. No issue for Exit either, never fear. Oh, trying his best to keep Balls in this one, but Sikri can just reveal himself in the nick of time. Clean headshots on both opponents. Boy, Twisted Minds took the start of this half personally and decided it's their time to shine, show that they are indisputably the best team on Bind and make that map become their own.
Yeah, and for Balls coming into it, we knew it was going to be a hard series anyway, just based on the caliber of teams that they have been playing up against. But it was mostly unexpected of Twisted Minds. I've been thoroughly impressed with them, not only so far in this group stage, but I'm looking forward to Ascension.
Yeah, no, it feels like Twisted Minds definitely decisive here on trying to put their org, their region on the map of Tier 2 Valorant. We'll be finding out what the analyst desk has to say about this match, because honestly, that was quite exciting.
Thank you very much, guys. It certainly was exciting. I mean, take a look at these replays and remind yourselves of what happened here, because there really was, for a moment, a point where Balls looked like they were staging that comeback, and it was a bit of a slow start for them, right? But for Twisted Minds, there is definitely a way in, a way to get that victory against them. And Balls, they were knocking on the door. They didn't quite make it this time.
Yeah, but I definitely do like the look that Boris actually had in this map. Closure from the beginning. This is the first time we've seen his Yoru in this tournament. He's played Neon over and over and over again. Obviously, it's not the first time he's played Yoru, but I think it was brilliant. Even round 5, Closure already got the same amount of kills with Operator than in the whole tournament. And I think that was a really strong side of Boris' defensive side. Sure, it couldn't get well enough done. And when we went to the Twisted Minds defensive side. Obviously, Exit is just top frag in there, getting that operator work done. I think there was a lot of mistakes that Boris did, a lot of great things that Boris actually did, but in the end, Twisted Minds, they were brilliant. There was this round from Zemo, Exit getting that 4K in round 10, a lot of great things happening for Twisted Minds, and I think just because they got so many rounds on the first half, it was easier to snowball out of that Boris mistake, that giga big mistake from round 18 to just go on to win that whole map. Twisted Minds, I mean, obviously brilliant team.
Yeah,
And
I mean, you can take us through this one. Go ahead.
I mean, this is round 18. Like I said, this is a giga big mistake. We all saw what happened here. It wasn't a good play from Boris. Let's play this out. A great start for the round. I think this was actually brilliant in the sense of Boris going for that fast push. Obviously, Twisted Mind getting that first pick there. Not quite getting those second picks. Boris actually takes on the lead. And this is exactly where I want to zoom on the map and see what is happening here, if the zoom is working for me. Well, you can see on the map that right there, Exit is on the TP. He's just holding there with the operator. And this is exactly the reason why Boris ended up TPing around here. Look at what happens for Exit. He's gonna go, take the TP, but then TP back. That's where Boris is like, okay, we think there's one guy flanking us in showers. Let's go fast TP. But this is the only mistake that Boris actually can make in this situation. Minute and 7 seconds on clock. They are hurrying for this side. They are trying to do everything to get onto this empty side, and Exit just claps back, gets that second kill. He's on fire with the operator, and we all know how that went. Jesse getting 3 kills after that as well. And from that, Boris, I think they kind of crumbled. Twisted Minds, they got the hang of this map. They absolutely demolished. Didn't give a single round after that for Boris.
Yeah, I mean, look, here, this is Twisted Mind's map pick, and I do think Boz looked good on it, right? There was a fight that went up. This is not the Boz that we were looking at against Mouse. This is a completely different side. They've gained a little bit of confidence since that win against Movistar Koi Phoenix, and I do think they will warm up into this series. I do hope to see 3 maps here, make it as interesting as possible for you guys. But either way, we're going to go to a quick break before we head to our second map.
And
either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking
I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. Once again, the final day of the group stage here, and the most important game that we will have today going on right now. And Twisted Minds currently in the lead on that one, 13-8 to start things off. The exit effect coming in for Boars, as they had a good chance at it. They were just stopped in their tracks by the operator every single round that it was in play. And that does mean now that they're going to have to try and fight back against this one. They pulled off the reverse sweep against Movistar Koi Phoenix yesterday. Can they do the same against the big boys from MENA?
Ooh, even though I said I liked Kolosha on the Yoru, I think the operator was brilliant. But after all, he's a Neon main. 54% of his official games are with Neon, and he's back with this composition. I do believe Boars actually picked Sunset because it's a bit of a counter pick against Twisted Minds. Sure, it's not the main ban of Twisted Minds, but in this Challengers EMEA stage, they have banned Sunset in both of their matches, sure, as their second ban. So it's not a complete counter pick, but I do think Boars, they would have gone for Haven or Lotus if they didn't think they can win against Twisted Mind in this specific map, and if they didn't think Twisted Mind is weak here, because Twisted Minds, I think they haven't had the best performances here. They've won against the Ultimates, they've won against Gamax here, but how do they fare against these teams in the bigger stage of Challengers EMEA? I think that's where Boars actually wants to go and see if Twisted Minds can do it here in Sunset.
It's been a little while once again since we've seen Boars play this map in Tier 2 here, but here it is once again. We're going to see if they can pull this off, get the reverse sweep going, otherwise Twisted Minds get through scot-free. It's over to Pavlos and Winter to cast it for you.
Yeah, it feels more and more of a greater possibility that Twisted Minds get away with this one, but the journey isn't over yet, as Boars have got their own map pick to think about. Sunset underway, folks. This could be impressive. I'm sure the Mouse fans are still sticking around to see if this reverse sweep is possible, but before that happens, let's see how things go in this map.
Cage triggered.
Already pressure towards mid from Boars. And a lot of players wanting to go for possibly a pop flash through this.
And indeed, that's what happens. An underarm flash thrown in off the back of a
nasty.
paranoia. Kolosha is quick. Not slowing down at all, wanting to set the precedent for this game. The pace of it, Zimmo isolated. I think he's connected the blind onto both players. Isolation is possible, but not what he needed. Boars take over this A site without too many issues. Just a single casualty in the 3v4 now.
But there's a fast flank coming through from Sand. Already spotted out by Trozy, while also Exit's fighting on the back lines.
And Troyzy's taking a step backwards, letting Sand take a few steps forwards. Already showing his position. Twisted Minds looking to convert together. Group up. They haven't checked this corner. Exit though! He's just sliding and dashing through the site. No care in the world. Exit continues his dominance from the previous map into Sunset.
It might not be the best map for Twisted Minds, and they might not necessarily have the best track record of it regionally. But it doesn't matter if they can ride off the high of Bind, because that's exactly what we've seen. Exit was a key player there, and coming into this one, don't know what else you can say other than he's stepped up.
I mean, Kolosha jumping into this map, playing the Neon, his comfort pick, you know, having to play 71 out of 131 officials on this Neon agent. And Exit comes in and says, I'll one-up you, mate. I'll challenge you on that Neon role. And he already did that from round number 1.
Yeah, and it's not looking too great coming into the second one either. Trusty is going to be the force of a Stinger. Instead of a hero rifle, it's a hero Stinger, but Never Fear already going down to the one-on-one engagement towards mid. Sikri taking down that forced up Stinger. There's only pistols remaining.
I know it's up against a pistol right now, but Twisted Minds can do this a lot, even on the buy round v buy round situations. Just weave in and out of battle, get these free picks. We've seen it in the previous map. We might be seeing a lot of more of it again. Balls on the back foot.
This is interesting. Have a look at where Kolosha is. Yeah, they've managed to get the spike down. I don't think they know Kolosha's here.
Sikri's not looking anymore.
Oh,
but Sand is.
Sand.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Like the effort, the attempt. The Sand looking to pad up the stats. Quad piece against the pistols. Not too bad.
Yeah, you take that. Nice to see. Even if he's switching off the duelist, he can still have similar sort of impact, at least. Seeing the two duelists of the last one, Exit in the first one having his round, Sand having his in the second.
No heart.
Not sure what the idea was behind the solo Stinger full spy, hoping they can do something fast, splitting over towards B, but it immediately gets shut down, especially after losing Never Fear over towards main. Falls flat in the market. And Boba push. But it's only afforded him, only costed him going down to a Guardian coming into this one, so it's not necessarily the worst, but there's no paranoia to work with, so you're really looking towards Javelin to help being that initiator and to initiate those engagements with the flashes.
Exit. Only one defending the A site as the rest of the players have run away. So with Javelin getting that pick, it's possibly going to cause some commotion on the defensive lines of Twisted Minds. Where will they fill up the gaps?
They've very heavily floated players over towards this A site. It's what we saw in the previous, but I was just assuming it was because of it was against pistols. They had 5 players very quickly over towards that B side. And now with losing Zemo,
right there,
might feel the need to get aggressive over towards A, find some answers, because not going to find anyone. No player from Balls is remaining over towards this right side.
I mean, the timing's decent from Balls as well, to be now entering B while the push on Twisted Minds is happening on the other side of the map. So they're not going to be too pressured by this, and they'll realize by the absence of their opponents here
30 seconds left.
of what the plan was and where they should be paying attention to now.
You know, pressure's on towards Twisted Minds to see what they want to do in this one. If they're offered a couple of frags, maybe they can see a way back into this, but everyone coming from their own avenue back into sight just appears to claim for those exits, because look how far back Sikra is playing.
We're already buying into the next round anyway, so might as well give it a go. Try and take rifles out of the hands of Balls. Sikri actually dropping back a little bit, feeling like he's on a different mindset than the rest of the players, thinking that he's just here for the exits. Sand wants to be a little bit deeper into the action. Kolosha having none of it. At least there's one Vandal denial here. Let's see if Sikri can get anything else done. Freak on throne, sure, 2 picks. Better than nothing, as Balls get their first round of the map.
Yeah, a couple is nice, especially when you're looking at a situation that's a 3v5. You've got everyone pinned in. Your teammates fall without anything. So at least makes it a relatively costly round for Balls, but they're going to be absolutely fine paying that price coming into this one, getting in round early on the board, which is something that they kind of struggled with when it came to Bind. It was the slower start for them. What might make it an even slower start is Exit's got an operator out.
slow but steady. Balls wanted to tease the idea of a quick crunch, but not exactly happening. Instead, mid-control is the focus. Exit does exit things. How did he get away with these? Sand might be under trouble. There are some reveals going on his way as well that could help him work his way through it, especially with Sikri on a different angle. Exit repositioning, so omnipotent, omnipresent. Oh, Exit. Stop it, mate. 3 out of 3 kills go his way, even though other players are involved in these fights. Jesse cleans up. It's the Jesse Exit combo. I'm telling you, there's something about this duo.
Yeah, I don't know where it is with the flicks that we're seeing from Exit. It's just phenomenal. Just insane. It's so good I've forgotten how to speak English, guys. But yeah, man, it's just... And then off the back of that, the reposition towards backside. Back up, posted on towards the angle towards main. Gets the second onto Never Fear. Sam then pops the cyber cage. Then he can focus on the Troisy that's TPing over in towards site. So there's so many different layers to Twisted Minds that Balls need to get past. But they're getting the door slammed in their face at the very start.
That they are. And now, Balls, you're wondering, how do you start hitting back? How do you shoot back? Obviously, now it's just the pistols, or maybe you don't have that. But pay attention to yesterday's matches with Balls, right? Often the rounds they did win were with pistols.
They managed to insert Kolosha here. Might go overlooked.
Sand did ping it, but doesn't check it. Kolosha wanted to maximize the amount of time he had that information available to him, and Javelin backs it up with another. There is something about these pistol rounds by Balls. Already the B site is theirs.
Yeah, they're pushing the issue, wanting to take control over towards backside. But the only issue is they might not be able to get the spike down. They still have time to recover it, though.
Rifle on Javelin.
And that's a sacrifice of the control towards backside, and that's exactly what the smoke helps with. The re-flood in from Twisted Minds.
And Never Fear can't really drop back and use the Santa's Fury effectively. Instead, they're going to be locked in position. Stranded, Rare, great connections with the Sheriff. And Never Fear is enough to drop in a thrifty round by Balls. At this point, it's a statement play from this Balls side. If you're able to do it so consistently, it's no fluke.
Sam probably had a heart attack trying to figure out where he died from. But yeah, you're talking about it being a signature for Balls. It is worrying if they aren't able to capitalize off this, though. Coming into trying to put a couple of rounds together, especially since there is a reinvestment coming in from Twisted Minds, but they're all down towards that half armor.
Yeah, Twisted Minds very far backwards here on their setup. Not really revealing themselves early.
And it's feigned initial aggression, hoping to bait something back out, maybe a stun or two or a flash from Jesse, but with Exit being here on the operator, they want to lure them in towards elbow, but even off the back of the Eldron, they don't want to push.
Full pack for Balls. Ray on his own, a little lurk in mid, but nothing imminent. Just holding that ground in case there's a push out from Twisted Minds.
They can almost sense the danger.
Yeah.
Not being able to fully clear out over towards elbow, especially in towards Cubby. But the only issue is with the smoke dropping, Exit re-clearing it out now, has the deeper line over towards A. The rotates are coming in just in time for Twisted Minds.
That's a great read by them. Rare can hear the commotion, can hear everybody running in this direction. So, but Balls don't call it out, call it off. They instead go in. Double down. Rare can't shut down the rotations, and you don't really want to be taking a 1v1 against Exit. He was being a master in these duels. Balls want to get the spike down quickly, but Twisted Minds not letting it happen. Overdrive enabled by Exit. It's not easy for Balls to deal with. Never Fear finally puts the Neon to rest, but it's not enough. You've got so many players dedicated to this defense now. A brilliant read, so quick to adapt. And Rare's got to deal with a high-low, right-left.
I'm behind. Sound on his way.
All 3 different axes he's being tested. Jesse's running at him with a knife to toy with him. But Sikri picks up the big green and makes good use of it by the end. 4-2 being the score now, as Twisted Minds show that nothing tests them when it comes to these buy rounds.
Last player standing.
I mean, it's perfectly played on the macro sense of things from Twisted Minds, you initially have the stack over towards A, similar stack that we're going to have in towards this one. None of the trips have been dealt with, so Sand and Zima have comfort to stay over towards Market. You get pressured by the smokes that are being dropped by Troisy, by the Aldrin from Never Fear, but Exit then pushes as soon as it's down. The rotate's coming time, and off the back of Chaos provided from the ultimates of both.
Ooh, Kalosha stand up. Even with the overdrive, that's the way you answer back. That's the way you stun him and counter. So the only win condition for Balls has already been put to bed.
There. The solo play over towards mid is going to be pressured off the information from the neural theft. It's just a matter, of course, of closing these out. But Never Fear does have a little bit of an answer back. The only real weapon left in towards this one.
And look, I don't mind the approach from Twisted Minds either, right? Because you want to isolate the player in mid, but then you don't really want to be taking chances.
And it's the chances of Javelin solo towards the site. He's been able to get the spike down, and thankfully Never Fear is here to assist, but he's smoked off.
Standing.
Oh, trying to close up the distance there. That right click could have been deadly, but nevertheless, Never Fear in big trouble. Sikri doesn't even need the help. Joining up from behind him. He had a couple of players wanting to partay, but no, not this time. 5 in the chamber for Twisted Minds. And we're starting to see glimpses of what the previous map was as well.
Last player standing.
It was an eco round, so for the side of Boards, you can give them the benefit of the doubt now that rifles are out. They've gained a little bit of information of the setups that Twisted Minds were doing, of the fact that they were playing Cypher Omen towards B, and they were heavy holding towards A with the 3 players plus exit on the operator or Citric. But now they've switched it up, so there's nothing for the Boars in regards to familiarity when it's going to come for this A site hit.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds completely vacated the premises. Seemingly really happy to go for this retake. But they've mostly been disrupting, right? As soon as Balls get a grasp over the site, as they're trying to get the spike down, that's when Twisted Minds have tended to go for these pushes. But that was on B. Now on A, could be a different matter.
Good amount of delay for this retake.
Playing aggressive. 3 players already finding victories.
2 people caught in the same wire.
Standing.
Don't see that often, do you? But Sand has got to start walking away from this one, doesn't he? Balls had the right response there. Don't let Twisted Minds take. Just play aggressive yourselves instead.
I mean, Sand can stick around. He can save the operator as well, but yeah, for the side of Balls, nice aggression coming in towards the A site and not necessarily quelling it once they get into that post-plant situation. You can see exactly where all 4 of the Twisted Minds players have died, all within 5 meters of each other, all in that one little corner towards top mid. It's this combination of kills that just completely shuts Twisted Minds out from getting back in. They'd already used a massive ultimate from Jesse of the Rolling Thunder for the aggression over towards mid, so hoping that Balls were going to be playing into that more default mid-heavy style that they have been opting for in the last few rounds, but sure. Just as Twisted Minds have an answer, have a play to counteract that, Balls just go full A. It's the right decision.
Changes things this time around. Kalosha breaking the trap in mid, and you've also got the From the Shadows dropping in on spawn, but Jesse is there to react to it. Droizy reads it. Kalosha wins his fight as well, and Twisted Minds have a big issue to deal with on their own back line. Exit caught between a rock and a hard place, and therefore B-side takeover successful. Balls get this round on their own terms.
Yeah, and that's something that Twisted Minds have been playing completely on their own terms in the last few, right? Maybe not necessarily in the prior round, but for the majority of this half, it's been Twisted Minds dictating the pace, even though they're on that defensive side, and it's been Balls that have been going for the defaults, looking towards mid, and playing right in towards the MENA team's hands of, you have exit on the operator, even Sikru when they were bringing it out, and just allowing them to get those initial first bloods, then being able to capitalize on that, playing in the 5v4 situations. And instead, in the last 2, 2 rounds that we've seen relatively dominant from Bulls have all been off the back of aggression. Whether it was the full A hit or this one, it was straight up through mid. Ultimate coming in from Troisy, catching everyone off guard for regards to the players trying to rotate in to support the B side. That's also come under fire.
I don't mind this timeout at all. When things start to not go your way, because everything seems so smooth in the first 7 rounds, but now it's been a bit of a different affair. Bulls definitely have a grasp on the game now. Got a hand on the helm. Not smooth sailing for the Twisted Minds anymore.
An opportunity to equalize coming into this one, which is also another reason for Challenge Twisted Minds wants to take this opportunity now to deny that from happening, deny giving Bulls the opportunity to even take the lead as well. If we start looking towards the tail end of this half, 3 rounds left. Still an opportunity for Bulls to make the attacking gambit felt, because for the majority of this half it hasn't felt like it's phased Twisted Minds, but the last 2, it's aggression that hasn't been quelled.
Seeing some pings in top mid. I wonder what that's about. And out towards the safe side. This could be a quick one, couldn't it?
I will rip the light from
What they did in round 8, hoping to find similar success, but Troy's got an operator on this one on towards the backline, which could probably be even more difficult for Twisted Minds to deal with if they get into these post-plant situations, and especially off that initial first pick.
Get the pick, smoke it off, and now you've got a potential to move into the safe side. Look how easy Rare has just walked into the site. Still though, Exit wants to pressure, wants to make sure Troisy bleeds. Confirmed. And he eventually will be making sure a bullet lands in his opponent's skull. Bulls though, on the other hand, have taken A site control. Lacking the numbers, Twisted Minds still want to put a bigger dent onto this attack. And now you've got 2 players on this Bulls side completely split apart.
Yeah, and they're even aware of Neverfear's position. He at least takes one down with him, but it's at the cost of majority of his HP, with Exit closing in from spawn side as well. And Ray, tuck tail and run towards B. He wants to get this spike down.
Spike planted.
Fancies himself the clutcher.
Let's see what you've got, Rare. Let's see what you can do in this situation.
They're not even giving him a chance for a 1v1 either. They're moving as a pack, even closing towards the door, so minimizing opportunities.
And all Exit needs to be is to jump in front of his opponent's screen, be a distraction. And that's been enough to reveal his opponent's position for the rest to clean up. So Twisted Minds back on track, the timeout, doing what it needed to do.
Putting them back on course.
Spike down A. Confirmed.
Crazy mid-crunch from Exit as well.
Yeah, and it's also not only the fact that Troisy was isolated in the 2v1 engagement over towards bottom mid, but he also has an operator. As soon as that's spotted out by Exit, just capitalizes off it, closes the distance using Neon's abilities. Takes a player off the board.
This has worked for Bulls before, but this time wanted to take elbow control. This time Exit also not around. He's hovering on the other side of the map, so no operating duties required for this one. Likely to be a retake the way I'm seeing Twisted Minds posture. They've already started to make waves in this direction, but with the trip slowly being broken, the cameras as well, this A site is going to be taken over, and a 5v5 retake, a very likely ordeal. Might not even come down to that.
Yeah, the trip over towards stairs could be interesting though for Twisted Minds on the way back in if someone gets trapped.
That Nightfall has forced a lot of utility from this ball side as well, and has given Exit a lot of space to the back line. Neverfear is stuck. I think the shot may have connected through the wall there. Still, Bulls have got a minute to work with, but I wonder how you organize yourselves when you're pressured from everywhere on the map. Twisted Minds know how to make sure Bulls have got no control over the status quo of the round. Complete control, 7-4 being the score. And with not much money to spare for the last round of the half, a very likely 8th to be collected.
I wonder what was said in that timeout, because it doesn't feel as if there's anything tactically different about the way that Twisted Minds are approaching this. More of a aspect of mentality or slowing it down on the initial retakes, making sure they're in the best position to do so.
Thought the fight was worse than it is.
Yeah, 3 Vandals, 2 Stingers, and especially the Stingers being on Closure, you're fine with that. Being able to close the distance. They get a nice easy pick. You can see Ray's utility come in.
Yeah, Balls is realizing just need to move in a little bit quicker. Don't let Twisted Minds transition fully to this A site and not let them set up. Now they can get into post-plant positions.
At least they've been afforded that grace coming into this one.
But they're actually stuck onto the site. They've gone nowhere. I wonder if they want to push through. There's a bit of a crossfire setup, but Neverfear's position has been revealed. Oh no! Not going to plan. At least Choizy saves the day. Javelin still stuck at the back of the site, but it's still 2v2 anyone's game with Sikray dealing with Javelin, put him into the ground, but with no command. They'll be able to have the information available to them as where the position of these Twisted Minds players are. Choizy holds his ground, wants to go in for a second, successful with a full-on triple kill. Again, Balls know how to go out with a bang on the half. 7-5 being the score. This game is close.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And
Balls are just a thorn you can't get rid of. And they've definitely shown that in the last round of the previous half. Now moving into the defensive side. Can they provide us a map worthy of a victory that could potentially take us to a third and deciding map on Lotus?
Yeah, it's going to require a pistol at least to make it as competitive as early on as possible, not wanting to give Twisted Minds an opportunity to stretch out that lead. We're Twisted on the attack. Almost worrying for the side of Balls, but they are starting to float a couple of players over.
Cage triggered.
Nice one way for Rare. He's being pre-fired. Neverfear taking advantage of the attention span over to main and gets the pick up on the market player. Rare in his own smoke, but unable to convert that into a pick. Some damage done though to Sand as the rest of the Balls players arrive, and they're not too far off, are they? Already forward to the back of the side. Choizy a little further away, so it'll take some time until he joins into the roster, but it doesn't mean that Balls are slowing down. 3 players grouped up. A ball of death perhaps, but that only happens if they end up with the picks. Javelin falling to the wayside. The sacrificial lamb as Rare's there to clean up. You've got a player in Cubby, 2 of them actually, but Rare is the one to sweep them off their feet. Balls win the pistol.
Much needed one at that. I don't think they were that successful in the first map or at the beginning of this one to get those across the line. Close, but so he's been Twisted Minds that tips into the post regarding that. But yeah, you're looking towards Ray just being an absolute menace when it comes to this site hold in itself, of not allowing anyone from the side of Twisted Minds to make their way towards backside, to nestle themselves into that deep crossfire that you tend to see behind the boxes of backside on B, to stop anyone from the defensive getting out of Boba. So they weren't necessarily able to get into any sort of comfortable post plan. It was just a cleanup then of the kills of the players stuck onto the site.
Javelin first blood. And the
Is
one
that
with
through
the sheriff.
smoke
Could
towards
be,
bottom mid? It may be, but that is a pick you don't want to give
Sneaky.
towards exit.
But Never Fear seems to be standing on by himself, not for long though, as Sikray does make sure his head is no longer attached to the rest of his body. Still though, Sikray with a Bulldog upgrade finds himself in a bit of a flank. Balls know exactly what's going on. Clear idea of Sikray's position, and now we're just going all the way around him from more than one direction. Javelin's the one that's required to do that. So 2 rounds off the rip here in the second half, and Balls has squared things up.
I wish we got to see the one through mid, because I'm sure it was through a smoke and it was just a spam towards bottom mid, but either way, it's just a formality towards the end because it is a round for Balls on the board. Now is going to be the real test for them, see how much damage they can do on towards this bonus, because it's a fullback coming in from Twisted Minds and an opportunity to exploit over towards mid. It's not too much of a setup right now from Balls.
A lot of mid control. Balls respecting it. Yeah, that's a good dagger. That's going to reveal the position of one. And you know that space is being taken up. Maybe even 2. I don't know if Zimmer was also caught in it.
I mean, it's a nice pressure back through mid. Sure, it's going to scare them away from the space itself. Does mean the utility is definitely in favor of Twisted Minds when it comes to this hit itself.
Looks like the right read though for Balls. 3 players strong on the A site. Troisy. Oh, gets caught as well. Exit is doing what he knows to do best, and that is open rounds wide open. Simo backs it up with another, and blinking you miss it. This round's over.
Yeah, it's just such a clean entry from exit. It just leaves Javelin solo over towards site and in a position where no one's close by enough to help because the rotations weren't in there. Balls.
No more secrets.
He's going to be afforded a consolation prize and a free weapon upgrade. Never fear. Yeah, all eyes on exit yet again. This is something that they're going to have to be careful about, of the momentum swing, the pendulum swing for Twisted Minds coming into this attack, because it's something that we saw in the previous map. Exit getting online and giving him the space to do something like we just saw in the previous, because there was barely any util used, right?
Sure.
That was just a dry peek in for the initial one and then a slide headshot for the second.
It's just exit doing exit things, and we'll get to see it on the replay as well.
Yeah, there's no support. There's no utility support until it comes to the kill towards Javelin on site, and he doesn't even need to be there for that kill because Zimmo's got that covered.
He's just whizzing.
Yeah, Neon doing Neon things, man, but at least this weapon's back out for Balls. And let's see if Kalosha has an opportunity to do the same, because it's looking like they want to fight at least a little bit of a change of hold over towards A itself. They've got a deep line, but this time space up towards mid.
Javelin around. Alone. He's got some cover now to work with. Smoke fades. He's called in Kolosha as he's sniffed something out here. Realised that something's not quite right. Kolosha holding on by a thread. 11 points of health. Javelin pops in for a frag, but gets his life traded instantly. Twisted Minds, they're not slow on their adjustment though. Quick pivot into this B site, and it's a full takeover. Rare no more, and you've only got one player nearby.
Yeah, you're talking about the head-to-head between Exit and Kolosha. This is Kolosha's agent, and he just hasn't had an opportunity to shine because it's been shutout after shutout, even early towards the round, going down to, what, 11 HP off the back. Of an accurate spam from exit through the box. And then losing and then losing Ray on this bloody another slide that Exit's managed to get in towards Market.
I mean, the past couple of days for Twisted Minds, it was all about Sand, right? It was Sand that kept on bringing up the numbers. He was padding up all those stats. He was showing up, and everybody's saying, okay, Sand is the real person to look out for here. Exit came into today and said, time to make a name for himself. We already knew he was great when it came to First Bloods, but he's taking that to a whole new level right now.
He wasn't even anywhere near like the top 10, top 20 rated players so far this split. Like he's down there, like towards the I think around the 30th mark. Right, yeah, maybe after this series it's gonna shoot up. But the thing is, it's again coming back to the thing of like showing up when it counts. Sure, it's the consistency factor of Sands, but this is for playoffs.
Indeed it is. And you've got the fate of playoffs in your hands, looking for that flawless group stage here. Twisted Minds are putting themselves and MENA on the map. So far, Jesse able to find a couple of kills. Balls on the back foot, but they're not slowing down at all. Exit. Oh, he even reads what his opponent wants to go for. That position is so unorthodox, but it's the perfect counter for a Neon swing.
No one's holding main. And the spike plant is open, but it doesn't even matter. Zemo with the readjust.
It's just not fair, Summer.
Well, all's fair in love and war, because right now, Twisted Minds are playing for their life in the tournament, and they're up onto towards 12. House fans rallying the balls for any sort of semblance of a comeback, just to force map 3 to give them a chance.
All right, breathe in, breathe out. New rounds, new frontier, Twisted Minds. Look at the pings. This is going to be an A hit, and quite the quick one probably. Bulls have got a bit of a response of their own, throwing in a flash, and Exit will be interrupted for the time being, so not that quick. Bit of a transition from the shadows used from Zemo. We can hear the commotion going in this direction, so that's a swift cancel if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it's completely been shut out at the door, and that's great utility from Kolosha just to slow down slow down Exit. Sure, it doesn't necessarily get the kill, but it's locked them out of A. Even Zemo's ultimate being used to no avail. Just might as turn their attentions over towards mid, but that might be exactly what Bulls want. They want to go through this.
This is not a bad call. Paranoia affecting a couple of players. Sikri able to bring things right back up for Twisted Minds, but it's Jesse doing the heaviest of liftings. And with Zemo still being in the elbow area towards the safe side, they're making the quick call to move here.
Yeah, stuck around too long. Prolonged fight comes out in favor of Twisted Minds, or at least in regards to the trays. They still have 2 players alive each. Riz gonna be able to pick up a weapon over towards mid and the neural theft available, but they're so split up. Neverfear needs to either get one or survive.
Ooh,
or both.
Good neural theft. Great timing on it as well. Neverfear had a chance to move into the smoke, and he's got the optimal timing on his opponent. TP out, Zemo! Wanting to be sneaky, doesn't work as intended as Neverfear plays aggressive through the smoke. Gift in Balls' hands.
Yeah. Absolutely perfect timing for that ultimate coming in from Ray. But this fight over towards mid, I absolutely loved it, and the timing of the aggression coming through from Balls. Still made a gambit to close out the round. Look where it's done for the money. It's half shields across the board for Balls, but they do have still ultimates to work with. You looking at Javelin to be able to slow down the site hits, or for the retakes as well. They're in a really strong position here, Balls, to maybe even get up to 9.
Find you.
Just a bit of a tag. Just to let you know he's there.
And they want to go for mid pressure again, but the Aldrin's going to at least delay it somewhat.
Javelin took a peek and said, not again. Exit's there. The fear factor on this man.
But that means they are going to be able to clear out this bracket position, even if they're not necessarily going to use it. They know that they've scared off the position enough that they're going to be worried about rotating through.
It's done. Exit. Aggression. Instant. And they just want to keep it going. Jumping over the tripwires as well. Not stopping at anything. And Jesse wants to chime in, because he can. from time to time. Javelin has the only response so far for Balls, but they are dropping numbers quickly. They've got half their players available to them than Twisted Minds do, and they are just simply players everywhere. Sure, the Dagger spots 3 around this area, but where are they really? In every single corner they could be hiding, and they're even taking the fights themselves. Balls aren't given a chance to do their own thing. Javelin gets one, but I feel like it's a consolidation prize because Exit is there to stop him from running away. 11-8 being the score. Twisted Minds are getting closer to the prize.
And it's definitely a lot more online for Twisted Minds than there is for Boars. Even from the match yesterday, I had Tom talking about they're playing for the love of the game at that point, and they are showing good Valorant. Like, both of these matches have been close. Like, 13-8 scoreline on the first map, and now we're at 11-8 here. They are definitely showing that they can play with the Ascension Prime teams.
Slow down in pace now, Twisted Minds. They know they've got this game under control. It's Balls under pressure, on the brink of economical collapse. I mean, this buy is a little bit weird as well.
Yeah, and especially after the immediate face down mid from Kolosha and Pressure, puffing up his chest to show that Balls are fighting for mid, but just not as strong as maybe realized. I mean, just a little bit of a delayed space taking, but space is going to be collected for free nonetheless.
Balls also don't want to be taking too many risks. You can see how respectful they are on their setup. Very far back. Most forwards is Troisy.
Yeah, and they're lacking anything to really fight with it. You haven't got any flashes for Javelin, so most of this is just playing for kills themselves.
Exit, not really going for the chase. Sand does that instead. Troisy answers back with a stinger. Is that enough though? Rolling Thunder going to be used, and that's Troisy out into the open. Exit could easily be picking this one up, and indeed that is what happens. Never fear, with the Ghost is able to find some extra damage, but that's not enough. A little bit more than that. Twisted Minds seemingly have everything under control, but Kolosha's got his overdrive. Nothing's over till it's over, Kolosha shouts. Triple kill for him. Balls, hold on.
So much damage as well being done before Kolosha has to pop that overdrive. Isolating every 1v1 in towards that 1v3.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, an expensive round for Twisted Minds in regards to ultimates, popping the Rolling Thunder as well.
One enemy.
Just to be dismantled by a Neon.
That goes there.
He felt a little bit left out, didn't he, Kolosha? Finally having his time in the sun.
Utility back prime for Balls, and they want to go aggressive towards A main.
You can sense that Kolosha's feeling it right now. You can sense that. He's got the adrenaline running through his veins. And he's played this one aggressive. Full spike information for Balls right now.
Can't use that.
Should be able to recover this, but Balls don't want to make it too easy for them.
Sure, Exit does his own thing there, as you do.
Spike is still down on towards the ground, but with the neural theft on its way.
I know exactly where you
That's collected. I wonder if they want to stick to this play after the neural theft with 3 players seen onto this A site. It's a quick and easy decision to make to pivot into the other direction.
And especially the smoke over towards brackets, it means they have to take the long way around, and they don't even want to rotate. So it's not as if Balls are going to have the information from mid that they can see them crossing or not crossing. Instead, it's Kolosha, the last line of defense towards this A site.
Balls have got nothing. They're just hoping that Kolosha can pop off. Headshot connects on the first one. Target acquired. Kolosha goes berserk. A quad piece for the ages. If Balls come back, it's because of him.
And it puts them up onto double digits as well, making this a competitive match. Ultimates used in both rounds now from Twisted Minds, and yeah, it's Kolosha that stands strong in every single one of them. First, it was the 1v3 clutch, and now what is that 4th shot onto Exit? Almost feels robbed that he couldn't reset for the ace.
That's the highlight of the tournament so far, right? We haven't seen a better play than that. That was ridiculous by Kalosha.
Yeah, and you can see exactly why Twisted Minds have decided to take a timeout, because in both rounds that we've seen Kalosha have his moment, Twisted Minds should have been in the driver's seat, because they, realistically, from their perspective, they've lost a 3v1. And then in the next round, the only person defending A has managed to clean up 3 people by himself, buy enough time for the rest of his teammates to rotate in and suffocate the last player remaining. So there's things that need to be addressed in the Twisted Minds camp, but on the Bulls side, you're kind of happy they called this timeout. It gives you a moment to take a breath, calm down, because this map is back on the cards, back on the table to push this towards Lotus. Emo even down to a stinger? This is one of the pivotal rounds that could be the difference between Bulls clawing this back, putting themselves up onto 12. Twisted Minds closing it out.
You can tell this game lies on a balance, very thin line. Kalosha. Oh, the timing on it. That is not the way you want to go down. Stun Paranoia. There is backup for Bulls, though. They have been trading, but with the A site being cleared now, this is a 3v2 for Twisted Minds.
There's a quick flank coming in from Ray, but it is already being holded by Sikri on the shoulder peak, so there's going to be early information of it, but even goes for the peak. He resets.
Pure cinema. Absolute cinema. Well, we just witnessed being on the move, off a wild corner, and still finding the head first. Ridiculous. And now Never Fear. There is nowhere you can go to make anything better. Just save that weapon to the next round. That's all you could do, all you can hope for.
He needs it to drop it towards his teammates. You're looking at Trozy and Kalosha. There's not much funds left in the bank there. Sure, Ray and Javelin should be able to reinvest, but keeping this weapon alive is going to mean the will to Bulls coming into this possibly last round of the season, of the year for Bulls.
I think Twisted Minds have realized that they need to be playing this game on their own terms, right? At their own pace, with their own style, because as soon as they give Bulls the opportunity to be the aggressors, that's when things go wrong.
This goes here.
And again, it's over towards that bracket position that Twisted Minds have found their advantage.
That goes there.
Over towards top mid, whether it's based off timing or a nice pop out of the smoke from Exit and Jesse.
This goes here.
Again,
1 round remaining.
Top mids.
Oh, the timing on that push from Javelin isn't quite working in his favor, and it's Exit doing his own thing again. 2 picks to 1. The reset. Kalosha knows he needs to do some heavy lifting here, and he might have just taken down Jesse, but he's low to 5 points of health. And you don't want to overstay your welcome, especially when you're throwing flashes left and right. Can't connect the final shots. That is brutal. And it might just be the beginning of the end. Again, Never Fear knowing he has to take matters to his own hands. Heroics required to make anything work out of this one. The pick and the run away. Smoked off for now as Twisted Minds take over the site.
Even though it's a 3v2, Jesse is walking wounded right now. A good play Shock Dart could be the end of him. But he's going to be retreating to safety towards main.
Good old classic B-hold from main. 3 players stacked up. Stun available for Jesse. And Bulls have one of the most difficult retakes to take care of.
Do you want to fight in towards main knowing that this is a really strong post plant? You have Trozy with all of his utility, Paranoia available.
Stun use. That's a silver lining. Paranoia expended. Trozy getting into the back line here, looking for 2 picks. He finds both. Never Fear wins his individual fight, and there's plenty of time to defuse. Bulls with their skin of their teeth. An excellent retake. Gloriously played. Puts Bulls on 11 and keeps them in the fight.
They know they can't just leave main. You know they can't smoke it off. It's too many players to deal with, too much utility. But look at this, a blind through. paranoia to facilitate. And sure, it comes down to Never Fear winning his one-on-one against the player that managed to make it out of the smoke without being paranoid. But you're looking towards Troisy for those 2 impact frags. And delay, utility over towards main. Now, overtime on the cards. One-way miss by Rhea, so he's going to have to play a little bit safer towards backside.
I mean, if you look at it, in the past 6 rounds, it's Boars that has won 4 of them. They're the ones with momentum, right? They're the ones in control.
A lot of the time, it's been off clutches. They've always been on the back foot when it comes into those retakes. And it's off individual heroics. But the thing is, how many times can you rely on those individual heroics to time and time again clutch out those rounds? Because what, we had a 1v3 from Kolosha. And again, basically another 1v3 from him in the following round. And now it was the clutch from Troisy and Never Fear.
But you can also argue that this is how the round start for Twisted Minds as well. Exit doing a lot here. Rare gets first blood. Boars, for the first time in a while, start things off with a numbers advantage.
And it's the fight that they've been losing towards top mid, but this time they come out on top, and instead the ultimate pushes them towards B, and it's Twisted Minds that have an answer back, and it's Sand in particular.
He stuck around. He said, I'm not moving on with the rest of the team. I'm going to hold back the rotations. Never Fear, the only one standing onto this B side. They know of his position. They know where Kolosha is as well. They're just looking to isolate them. They're after the chase. Flash out, overdrive, not taking any chances here. Twisted Minds want to end things right here, right now. Kolosha can hear the commotion behind him, avoiding the overdrive. Connects with a headshot, Kolosha. Is this the moment to shine again? Frontline in his position. 12 seconds to safely put that spike in the ground. Goes for the wide swing, and now it's Never Fear's turn. Jesse says a big no to that. There's no crossing through these fields. 13 to 11. Boy, was that map close. Boy, was it exciting, but just not enough balls. And Twisted Minds, undefeated in their group, make their way into Challengers EMEA Split 3 playoffs.
Yeah, and for Boars, it's a bittersweet end, but you cannot deny that they have shown up as a team that this split started in Premier, guys. If you don't know or don't follow Northeast, they were a name that we knew, right? They came from Premier all the way through Northeast and really showed why and the progression that they've made into Challengers to take Twisted Minds down to the wire. But unfortunately, too many of the heroic plays just not consistent enough to force overtime. And yeah, for the side of Twisted Minds, they're going to be happy about that one.
Yeah, where the haters at now, right? You know, you can't dispute Twisted Minds. You can't dispute MENA. They've just proven that with the first seed out of their group. Well, it's the only seed out of the group, really. But that's first place. Undefeated. No matches lost. That's one way to go out. Over the analyst, though, that was a brilliant map to break down. Hopefully, they've got a lot to say.
Actually, no, I've got absolutely nothing to say. That's it. We're closing it out for the day. Everything is done. The group stage is done. We've got no more games. It's fine. No, that was actually brilliant. I love that performance from both teams. Obviously, Twisted Minds had a lot to prove. Men are not being injected into the system, as you mentioned, until right now. There's a lot, you know, the first foray out against teams from other regions here. And Boars as well, right? Coming up from Premier, as you say. This is a brilliant story of just resilience, being able to make it to this stage and actually showing, you know, yesterday's performance against a Koi Phoenix that is not the same as the Koi Phoenix we saw in stage 2. Obviously, roster moves kind of hampering the performance of the team, but this is proof, right? This is proof that Boars belonged here.
Yeah, I mean, when they played their first match against Mouse, we were kind of wondering, is this just gonna be a blowout for Boars? But that's absolutely not what happened. Boars, they couldn't quite make it to playoffs. That was already decided after the first loss. They can't quite go all the way through, but what they can do is make the games interesting. Damn, that was a crazy ending for that game. That was a close match for Boars. And I think Pavlos even highlighted there, Kolosha getting a play of the tournament, that 4K was incredible. But I'm gonna be honest, I think Troisy just topped that with the paranoia shrouded step play. If that would have pushed them through the playoffs or through the overtime, I mean, that would have been crazy. If they would have been able to get that map under their belt and maybe have a chance for Mouse, that would have been crazy. But Twisted Minds, they get all the way through the playoffs. I mean, hats off to them. I think that was brilliant. Like you kind of highlighted already, MENA, they've been doubted. They've been doubted many times, but I think here is the proof. They can absolutely be a force to be reckoned with. They're top 4 right now, and they can even go all the way through in playoffs and maybe win this whole Challengers EMEA stage 3.
They're definitely a contender for that. I'm excited to see what happens during the playoffs. Obviously, we had some very kind of stacked groups with Group A and everything, so we're still yet to see kind of how things shake out between all of the teams that are going to be moving on through. But either way, right now, we've got an interview with one of the Twisted Minds players with Affinity.
Thank you so much. And yes, we do indeed welcome to the stage, Sand. How are you feeling off the back of such an incredible win there?
I mean, I'm really excited. We did really great job since VCL split 1, split 2, and that's because of the coaching staff we have. We also promised like whole MENA that we're gonna make something different this year. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next playoffs.
We mentioned MENA a lot over, the desk, over the cast just now, of course. Can you tell us a little bit about what the regional league actually prepared you for when going into EMEA? What's the MENA specialty?
I mean, for next, you mean for Ascension?
Just the region, coming into EMEA, what should people be really worried about when they face up against MENA teams?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is about MENA team that we play really aggressive, and we know how to differentiate between playing passively, aggressively at some points in the strats, switching a lot and doing some stuff. So yeah, we are kind of unexpected team, and the coaching staff as well as teached us this in the games. So yeah, we have been 8 months together. I think we are doing pretty well.
Yeah, and the results speak for themselves there. You mentioned again about the region, the fluidity and being ready to switch up. You actually have a lot of switching up you do in games. You switch between roles seemingly every map. How do you handle that? Are there any unique challenges to, how fluid your role is?
I mean, for me, I was playing like duelist at the beginning of my game. Like I played 5 years ago. I was duelist, then I switched to smokes, then a sentinel. Then I got all the experience throughout the past years. So yeah, I mean, we tested out the bind thing on Raze. I didn't play Raze for really long time. I mean, yeah, we are doing pretty good with it. Maybe on Ascension we're gonna run the double duelist thing on some maps. Who knows? Let's see.
Well, we'll look forward to that potentially. Now, talking of the duelist, talking of the firepower, can you tell us what is the deal with Exit? What is his routine? What's the secret? Do you know anything, as a teammate, what is the secret behind such crazy numbers?
I mean, for all of us, we have like a routine, like overall outside the game and inside the game, which make us like really consistent. Maybe today wasn't our best game, but yeah, like we are winning all the majors so far. That's good for us. Yeah, we're going for like Kovac and Lab this match, warming up together even before the matches, like going for some TDM even with the coaches. We are trying to spend so much like fun, and at the same time we're warming up. So yeah, I mean, that's good.
Well, it is working, it is paying off. Now, my final question for you guys, you've topped the groups, you've still got playoffs. What does preparation for playoffs look like? Or have you already got your eyes set on Ascension? What does, the next steps look like?
I mean, it's gonna be like a bit unexpected because we playing like against any team. We playing different. Maybe the same stress, but we're changing some of the stuff. So like maybe we'll change the comp as well. Depends on team we're gonna play against. But yeah, I think we're gonna be prepared really well for this playoffs. Especially this is the first time we go playoffs like clean 3-0 for a MENA team. So yeah, we are really excited.
Well, we're excited to see everything that you guys have got coming up, but I will let you go and celebrate with your team and get ready for the coming days. Thank you so much for joining us, Sand. You heard it here first. A team that has, you know, done absolute numbers. Get a little bit of an insight into the secrets and what you can expect potentially, you know, with MENA making this incredible storm. What maybe the dark horses coming up in future stages might pose for everyone. But I'm going to hand you back to the desk to close up this series now.
Thank you so much, Affinity. That was a great interview. Sander's a really, really good interviewer. Sometimes we get people who will give us like one-word answers, but that was actually really, really great. Well, it's a good amount of insight and an insanely positive player. I think coming into this, that's what you need, right? As kind of, you know, part of two teams that have just been injected into the system. You know, a lot of these teams have played up against each other quite a lot over the course of this year. Twisted Minds have just come into things, and I think you do need some really positive mindset to get into this and just get stuck in and get, you know, one of the best records in the group stage out of everybody so far.
Yeah, and Sand already highlighted the coaching team. Obviously, they have a crazy coaching team behind them. Andreas, Robert, Flynn as well there. I think that was one of the key reasons why the Twisted Minds were actually able to pull that back. That could have been really, really bad for them, but they took that time out. The scales kind of sifted for Boris for a while, and I think actually for the rest of the games, but still Twisted Minds, they were able to get that back, get that win under the belt. And one of the key reasons was that coaching staff. Obviously, Exit was brilliant there. I think for a while, Exit was kind of showing the difference of being a regional league superstar versus an inter-regional superstar up until like round 20 to Kolosha, because Kolosha were kind of performing under the weather. Obviously, after round 20, we saw what happened. Kolosha was just performing great, but I think it was great to see how well Exit and Sand and the whole Twisted Minds performed, because that means that they're all the way through into Ascension. Obviously, they were in Ascension prior to this match as well, but these are all of our top 8 teams for Ascension.
Yeah, of course, this is what the whole year has culminated towards. If you're only joining us now for Challengers EMEA Stage 3, we have had 3 of these tournaments, every single one to gain Ascension points to qualify for that Ascension tournament, to try and earn yourself a spot in the next VCT circuit. And yeah, everybody's been working so hard to get into this one. Obviously, qualifying to the playoffs, it's not done yet. Challengers, we've still got a little bit to go here, but at this point it is now just kind of a seeding tournament, right? We're trying to just get as many Ascension points as possible, all of these teams, to boost their chances of getting a good first game, a good first group in Ascension itself. So I'm looking forward to everything else now, because I think that is really going to up the competition now. Nobody's competing for life or death, right? We're just competing for the best result we can possibly get, and for glory, right? That's the main thing here. We're still looking to make sure that we can kind of portray our best selves in these tournaments and show what we can do as players. So I'm excited to see, but we've still got one more game left of the group stage, and we'll be heading to that very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back with Detty Elise versus Ulf.
And
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. It's the final game of the group stage now, and as is the case with a lot of final games of group stages in these kinds of tournaments, it isn't necessarily for anything but glory at this point. It isn't for anything but proving that Deti Elise can still keep up with the teams that are qualifying here. Ulf Esports, obviously, in their final game yesterday, managed to get themselves first seed, so they do not need this win, but obviously it would be lovely to get it.
Yeah, of course. But for me, this matchup is a bit of the setup for this matchup is Deti Elise is looking for more experience under the belt. I think it's been really underwhelming. Sure, yeah, you're the third seed for this tournament from Northeast, but still it has been really underwhelming on how they've been performing. I think the co-road that they played against Ultimates was pretty good, but in the end, it wasn't quite enough. I think we saw some great performance from Maxim. Kia was on fire on that map as well, which I think to me Kia hasn't quite shown his true colors. But for Deti Elise, I think what they're looking for to get from this match is getting that experience, but also setting themselves for a great off-season individually and as a team. I think this would be a good showing of them performing well against a team that has already qualified for playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think they've got the same goal as Boars did in their final game there. Obviously, Boars didn't get whether or not Mal's qualified or Twisted Minds qualified. That wasn't what they were playing for. They were playing to prove themselves, right? To show that they are capable of great things, show off as players so that other orgs may look towards them for next season in VCT or in Tier 2 and you know, try and gain themselves some notoriety. I think the same thing is going to go for Deti Elise here. Obviously, it's an unsigned team as well, so looking for organizational kind of support, these guys. And they do definitely have what it takes, but they are going to be up against an unbeaten, an unbeaten team so far in the group stage, 2-0. Now they've definitely run into their kind of roadblocks. Obviously, Job Life gave them a little bit of trouble in their first game in the group stage, but Ulf Esports have definitely proven that they belong in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I love that the newcomers of Ulf Esports are actually the team that are trying to go for the redemption that kind of BBL Pacific had on the Challengers EMEA 2. They couldn't quite close out that one. So ULF, they're here to try to secure the redemption, not only for them, but the whole region of Turkey for that Challengers EMEA 2. I think they've had a great track record. Like you said, obviously they had their fair share of struggles against Job Life. It wasn't easy. That was actually a really close matchup in the end. Against the Ultimates, they were kind of pushed to their limits as well, especially in Ascent. So I wonder where we're gonna see in the or go in the map veto, but we actually have a head-to-head as well. I think this is the one where we kind of have the matchup as well. I think this head-to-head really portrays the matchup that we have Deti Elise versus ULF. It's the underdog versus the mythical beast of Audas. I think he has been a great performer of the side of ULF Esports, especially against the game or against the Ultimates yesterday. I think there was multiple multi-kills and closing out that Ascent with a 4K as well. That was clean. For me, Kia, yeah, sure, he's the captain of Deti Elise, and obviously the most important part isn't the fragging, but to me he's been underperforming in this tournament, and maybe even Northeast as well. And I know we can see more from this guy because we had already one of those performances in this tournament. But to me, Kia just needs to step up here if they want to face against ULF and maybe pick up a map here.
Yeah, I do think so, right? I think Deti Elise, they've definitely shown that they can get rounds, take rounds off of the big teams here, but they definitely do now need to show that they are capable of getting, you know, a map. Get you know, like actually give some troubles to these teams. They were put into a pretty difficult group, right? The Ultimates were kind of, we didn't know what to expect from them. They managed to do quite well. Job Life and ULF Esports were always going to be difficult opponents, so I don't think anybody thought that Deti Elise were getting out of the group, but we would like to see a little more of them as the third seed from Northeast. The case always is, right, with Northeast getting 4 teams, 1 in each group, that most of them are going to do worse worse than most of the teams from Europe, just because by virtue of us having one in every group, you can vote for your favored team to win now. If you're a Det Elise fan, you can put hashtag DET in chat. If you're a ULF fan, or you just think ULF are going to win, you can throw that in chat as well. And look, I think I can. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Northeast rep. Let's go. That's what we want to see. That's more like it. Yeah. Give them your support. They need it.
Those are not our mods who are voting for Det Elise.
No. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Definitely not our mods.
No, it's going back the other way. Oh god. Look, we know already that Ulf are the favorites in this one, right? Everybody is aware of this fact. But yeah, again, look, they're fighting for different things here. Ulf are looking for, they can't really get anything out of this game specifically, but they're going to be fighting for Ascension points to get themselves better seeding over the course of this tournament. Det Elise are more fighting for their own glory.
Yeah, and what better way to go into playoffs to close this one out flawlessly? Obviously not flawlessly in terms of maps, but in terms of series. ULF, or that would be incredible for them. That would be really good. Maybe even kind of bringing up that BBL Pacific record from Challengers 1 and Challengers EMEA 2 as well. Them being almost unbeaten and having an incredible performance. Obviously, we know these Turkey teams can absolutely perform. They can aim. And today, I'm kind of looking for Det Elise to have that comfortability to face against a tremendous talent in terms of having that aim power, because that's something that you cannot lack in these type of scenarios. If you give that advantage to ULF, Wolf, I think it's gonna be really bad for you. That same thing happened for BBL Pacific. Yeah, sure, you cannot always compare these teams, even though they're from the same region, but I feel like that's how Turkey teams kind of go. If you give them the comfortability of going for those single-handed or one-on-one aim duels, you're just gonna lose the match. There's nothing you can do. You just have to be comfortable in your own aim dueling skill, but also go smart. Go with those 2 versus 1 situation. Have a trader always backing you. And for Det Elise, I think that is one of the only ways they can actually compete against this ULF roster. Sure, they are smart as well, but I think you just have to go together against that Turkish firepower.
Yeah, I think the thing is as well, a win condition for them is going to be very specific sides on very specific maps. Very much, it seems like their strat book leans one way or the other on different maps. For instance, their defensive win rate on Haven, 43%. Their attacking win rate on Bind, 44%. Their defensive win rate on Icebox, 30%. Their defensive win rate on Lotus, 43%. So there are weaknesses in their game. There is stuff that you can exploit here if you're Det Elise, but obviously Det Elise don't really have a coaching roster or anything, you know, to support the players in the same way that an organization does. And therefore, I do think these kind of strat book things, these preparations going into a map veto or going into the server, that's going to be lacking for this team, right? It is more about how they play in the server, how they adapt.
Yeah. For me, all of these teams, like, they are Abyss haters. Permaban. All of the teams today, they have had their permaban as Abyss. And I mean, yeah, maybe it's not the most favorite map for these teams. Yeah, but Corrode, that's something that we're gonna see here. I think that's a good pick for Det Elise. It's something that they wanna look for. They go for against Ulf Esports. There hasn't been too many reps for Ulf. Obviously, 2 times. They have played it only 2 times. That was against BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire around a month ago. So not too recent. For Det Elise, they already played 1 Corrode in this tournament against the Ultimates, and I think that was one of their better maps. That went to what, 4 quarter OT or something like that, 17-19 against the Ultimates, and against Team Liquid Academy as well. They went 13 and 15. Yep, 0 and 2 on that map, 0% win rate, but still it looks like a great map for them. They just need something to close it out. Yeah,
their attacking side leaves a lot to be desired on Corrode so far, but again, small sample size. I do think that is easy to kind of make adjustments to for Det Elise, and if they're feeling comfortable enough to pick it as their first map, then I'm expecting things from them. Look, this is a team, if you haven't watched Northeast, you probably don't know who Dirty Elise are. It's a little difficult to know what to expect from this team. But we kind of consider them to be, you know, the team that takes down the big teams, right? They were causing upsets left, right, and center in Northeast. They were taking maps, taking rounds off of the bigger teams in the league. So I think that's what kind of gets them going. That's what gets them riled up, is being up against a difficult opponent and being able to give their all into it with no expectations of winning or losing. So hopefully that is something that we'll see from them again today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point. To me, the Ulys in this matchup, they shouldn't have too much pressure. They've already gone through the gauntlet. It's only one last match to play. You don't really have anything to play for apart from having a good showing in terms of individuality, but having great showing in terms of that team cohesion. And I think that's great when we go to the off season for this team, because this is gonna be the last match before the off season. So a lot of great performances to be seen, in my opinion, for the side of the Ulys. I hope so, at least, because that sets them up really well if they want to go look for another team or if they want to stick with this team. We've already seen a lot of these players getting picked up for maybe tier 1 organizations. I think the Ulys maybe are not in that crosshair right now. They could be in the upcoming season, but for other tier 2 teams looking for other great opportunities, maybe in MENA as well, I think that would be great for the Ulys.
Yeah, I do think that's kind of what they've got to be setting their sights on here, not specifically trying to get a win against this team, just not having expectations going into it and just going, okay, let's perform our best, let's get some numbers on the board, let's show everybody what we're capable of, right? They're in front of the big cameras, the stage lights metaphorically shining down on them, right? It's not LAN, but something similar to that, but yeah, exactly. So, look, this is the time. If you want to show what you're capable of, this is your best opportunity to do so. It will be your best opportunity for quite a while. I mean, Dirty Elise, we're kind of bubbling under the surface of the top 4 in Northeast all year, so it's not like they have no expectations of ever getting back into a EMEA Challengers format next year. However, you know, you're here now. Let's get it done.
Yeah, exactly. Agent select is gonna come through. I wonder if there's gonna be any switch ups. Yeah, no switch up for all of esports. Dirty Ulys finally going for that Omen. I really like this because yesterday against the Ultimates, they actually picked up the Astra, which I wasn't too big of a fan for. Not yesterday, but the previous match that they played on Corrode. And I love that they're switching up for the Omen. I love the Shrouded steps here. Like all around, I love Omen in this map. I think the Astra, I think it's way too passive, in my opinion. Yeah, sure, you can go more aggressive. Sure, it has a little bit more utility, but to me, Omen is just really good agent here. ULF, they're obviously going for the double initiator composition here, having Vice as well, and Dirty Ulys are going for, I would say, the more common composition with the Viper.
Yeah, it does look that way. Look, the jury is still out on what makes a really, really good team, really good composition on Corrode. It's still, it's not new, but it's relatively, you know, we're still in that kind of phase where we're learning about the map, especially in this kind of stage of tournament here. When you're up against these tier 2 teams, because the tier 2 system has always been a very what would you call it? A fluid system. The meta changes quite a lot down here when teams figure out what they're doing and what works best for them, right? That's more what matters. It's not, you know, what the meta is, what VCT teams are running, but what works for you. Because I mean, we've seen in that last game the kinds of players, you know, you look at Kalosha, who always plays Neon or something like that. Well, up until literally today. But you do have those kinds of teams where a certain format works for you, and I do think Dirty Elise need to play to their hand instead of trying to play into the hands of Ulf.
Oh yeah, for sure. For me, I love that Ulf is actually going for the KO that promotes a little bit more aggressive playstyle with the flash drives. You can pop through the smokes, you can have some kind of lineups. Obviously, you get more information with the 0 point as well. You can maybe delay some kind of attacks with that. Then you have the Fade as a support there and Vice. So a lot of information in that composition. But then again, do you have that control of the map? Are you gonna go through the Viper walls with a KO'd flash drive. I think that's what Wolf should go for. They should absolutely try and counter the Viper with the flash drives. But hey, we're here to see.
Yeah, we are, and it's time to see. It's going to be Pavos and Winter to cast this one for you once again. Final game of the group stage. Enjoy, guys.
Indeed, last match of the group stage. This could be a victory lap for Wolf Esports, as they've already guaranteed themselves their spot into playoffs, but for Dead Elise, a chance to prove that they can still stick around with the upper echelon of play, but also a bit of scouting work could be done for these lads. You know, they want to be signed next year. They don't want to be part of unsigned organizations. So let's get things rolling as Dead Elise start things off on the attack, Wolf on defensive duties, but not too defensive at this moment in time as they pushed up very far up in mid.
Yeah, and that reveal hitting both the Vise and the Viper is just going to dismantle any sort of sneak play they were trying to get through that smoke. But also coming into this one, we're going to see the comparison of having that Viper versus the KO, something that we saw in the Balls Kai Phoenix match of the Viper versus the Chamber.
Indeed, and Bastia is able to win the first fight in mid. Still stays alive, but there's still commotion over to the same main position. Bastia continues to be deadly, so attention needs to be turned on this side of the map. You can see also the push from Neki, not really willing to hold on to this B defense and pushing all the way around, while Dead Elise are looking to cross into the B position via the routes of mid.
Needs a tag done. Over on towards Echo.
Planted.
But still, it's a 3v3 and there's not many players in support of Echo just yet.
Clean stuff so far. Not too shabby from Dead Elise. That's one way to get things going. And I feel like Bastia needs to be attributed a lot from that success. That solo double kill in mid, all that was needed.
Yeah, and especially after losing his teammate early on. The double kill trade backwards. And even opens them up for a push towards top mid, in towards the B side, which meant it didn't really matter too much that the Echo was in that position, even picking up a kill over towards mid. Yeah, it's formality at this point, this matchup, but like you said, it's still wanting to show some good Valorant.
First blood for Echo. It would be a very Wolf round if they ended up with a pistol straight away after losing the first round of the map. And Nicky's being so cheeky. I don't think they know. They're going to check it, but it's a trade, which keeps numbers in favor of Wolf still. Sneaky as well, Kia. Not playing around. And the Guardian is enough to get a couple. Paranoia to fall onto Echo's eyes as well, so scrambling to run away. This B site execute is on its way by Dead Elise, but it's not without its troubles. This is not over just yet. Maxim answering back. The weapons seem to have prevailed, but and the Prowler will be finding out us. So clear information of what's going on. You can even plant, look in the right direction, Bulldog upgrade. Imagine. Just imagine.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, maybe it's a reality. No need to imagine anymore. 12 points of health. But if you find a headshot, this could be it. No, Maxim knows he's got all of his health available. They did have some confirmed damage, so just taking the fight was the right decision to make.
It's an expensive one. Sure, they're at least able to avoid the embarrassment of losing the second round. Because it's not as if it was a force coming in from off either. They had two sheriffs, that was it, across the board. That's meant it's a little bit of a weaker bonus for Dead Elise, and hoping that the safety numbers will help. 2 rifles. And an ultimate to work with from Maxim, but didn't necessarily expect it to be seen in this round, but if they get a couple of early kills...
Face your fear!
Lovely stuff from Alders. Of course, that Paranoia is going to lure him out of the position, but nice confrontation from Neki as well. It feels like UF have got a decent crossfire set up on this A site, and it's made it hard for Dead Elise to balance their attention towards both positions, and losing out the fight in mid doesn't help your case either. So this pissed around bonus from Dead Elise falling quite quickly.
Yeah, and that's both your weapons that you had either saved over or reinvested into this one, down for the count in 2 irrecoverable positions.
enemy remaining. Spike down.
Spike is also going to be now in an irrecoverable position, pushing down towards none. Sure, a couple of bits of damage on the way out.
Yeah.
But a very strong bonus win for Ulf.
One enemy
I'm
remaining.
going to be honest though here, Summer. Ulf having such a successful streak in this Challengers EMEA, it's good size to come because, let's be fair, unlike a lot of the teams that have already made it to the stage, have made it into Ascension, they only started this run from split number 2, right? And from that split, they kind of already came second in their league, and now they're one-upping this by making it into playoffs this time around. It's an incredible run, I'd say.
Where are you?
Yeah, it's given BBL Pacific 2024.
Sure.
And also with the similar sort of aggression that they want to serve up to their players. First off is in aim main, and now it's down towards mid.
It's not down to anything anymore for Daddy Elise because they've got half the amount of players available to them, and they've got a steady hold over the A-side defense. Now Daz, high ground, Neki, no issue at all. This is a swift cleanup, as they call the janitors in to bring out the brooms and mops. They sweat the floor.
And even now, we've come into this. What has again on the same angle 3 times in a row now over towards A, and he realistically hasn't been tested yet on towards that angle. Maxime having that Odin out in the previous was something that was one of the main factors in Detti Lisa's matchup against the ultimates on this map that forced it into so many OTs. There's that to look forward to if you can get that back out coming into the next couple. But for now, it's the hero rifle on Bastia over towards mid. Hoping can make its presence known.
Ooh, Echo. He's only capable of doing some chip damage. No collection by the end of it. The B-site suddenly finds itself open for Daddy Elise to move into. Still Garden is used, but no one can really capitalize upon it. It's just a plant and a 4v4.
The damage from the Odin spam of Neki, and there you go, there's the rifle down from Bastia. Look at how low these players are.
Everyone is just one shot away from dying, aren't they? Revealed, so pre-fires available for Sop. In goes Nun. And Frank goes his way. Oh, but Sop is just cleaning up, isn't he? Whether it's a Vandal or a Shorty. He's making this B-site his realm. And he's even permitted the defuse, isn't he, to... Well, he doesn't need it. He's got the overdrive already. Just Alda's going to get a little bit closer to the From the Shadows as Ulf get the lead.
Yeah, a lot of chip damage being done by Echo on towards the way in, but it's also this Odin from Neki not caught in the Steel Garden that was just being such a menace spamming through from that connected top mid position. That stuff on the way back in was a couple of easy pickups. And it also has meant that Ulf now have an Odin and an Operator that have just been realistically very light investments that they've needed because keeping so many players alive.
This could be a little bit of a poke and prod, a push and pull, if you will. The Fraction holds onto his ground, not really wanting to take too many steps forwards. The Odin head-to-head is won by Maxim. That's a great step forwards. Fraction wanting to stop the TP from actualizing. Sop wants to be there to defend his teammate's life, but not happening in Fraction's watch. And off on the wrong side of the world, really. Fabian is a little bit close to all of this, but in his attempt to escape a smoke, he's spotted by Kia. Echo's position also telegraphed. Clean as they come for Daddy Elise, not dropping a player.
Hey, I told you, Maxime on this Odin. Something to watch out for. I was more thinking when we'll be going on towards the next half, but Odin diffs. And then you're looking at Fraction, who's on quite a miraculous lineup. And even Stevens.
Yeah, it's back to even again, isn't it? Back to 3-3.
It might be even in regards to round count and weapons, but what's not even is the disparity in the ultimates. Something that's definitely favoring Ulf right now. And again, wanting to go for that pressure over towards mid, casually sneaking through the smokes that have been layered upon.
That's not where Daddy Elise are challenging, though. They've gone for the extremity approach. You've got Maxim on the lookout. If Ulf decide to go a little bit deeper, that's a spike, but that Prowler's doing enough to keep them at bay. A head-to-head of the operators. Fraction wins that, but on the other front, towards this A site, it's Alders that comes out on top.
When there's going to be an adaptation to Paranoia does, because again, he's been on that box time and time again, if not on it, behind it. It's just a consistent place where he's found comfort of playing, and he's managed to get up to, which is almost nullified the entry pick Fraction's been able to get. It's the space that Meister is getting off the back of it.
Great flick from Fraction. Spots out Echo's weapon before the cross is even committed with. So this puts Ulf very much still in the fight, 3-on-3, and Aldous has been left undiscovered. Oh no, can't recover quick enough. As the Paranoia is thrown out of his hands, Fraction so speedy to get into his opponent's position and shut him down. Fabian is the last man standing for the Turkish squad. Shot connects even through the wall. Fraction getting away, knowing he's done enough, meaning the rest of the team can just spray in their opponent's direction towards the spike's diffusal if it does come down to that. None wanting to take a few steps backwards, play it safe, but Fabian does find him. But then again, not much time remaining, is there? So Fabian will probably look to save his life. Unable to do it, though, as Maxim swings out of his corner, and Detilies are the ones in the lead again.
It's nice to see the operator head-to-head between both of the Neons. Obviously, Fraction's opening it up, but continue to push the issue, posting up over towards mid, have that flick across. Sure, maybe a couple of ultimates used for Ulf in that one, which is what they really had to outnumber or to outclass Detty at least towards that one, and it didn't seem to matter.
Where are you?
Cool. Bastion Kia. Great starts to the round for Detty Elise, and they're looking to continue the momentum. Sure, you've got pistols to deal with, but an overdrive was expended in the round. So not a completely freebie. 3 survivors, 5th in the bag. Ulf, time for their next buy, though. This is what we're looking forward to.
Again, prioritizing getting that operator out and an early timeout as well. This is also a map that Ulf haven't actually played yet in Challengers EMEA. Obviously, they haven't necessarily been tested too much in regards to forcing out third maps and all. But they have played it a couple of times regionally, but even then, that was only twice. So for me, coming into this series, obviously Ulf has already qualified through to playoffs. This isn't a seeding match. It's not going to really affect the outcome at all. It's mainly, one, to get reps on maps that Ulf haven't necessarily had the most experience on, or even going in towards Bind, a map that they haven't necessarily got the best track record on either, both in this split and regionally. Build up their experience, but at the same time, same side of the coin, Detty Elise is doing the exact same. They can't make it out into playoffs, but like you were mentioning, these are unsigned players that want to make a name for themselves, show that they can compete in these varying levels of VCL to make the journey into 2026 maybe a little bit more fruitful in regards to the representing a team,
for sure.
and representing an org.
100%. This is kind of like a talent show, isn't it? For them right now.
Like a showcase.
I'll find it.
Yeah, and for Ulf, on the other hand, perhaps a victory lap. We'll see. It might be, you know, not a victory by the end, and will not be unfolded in the group stage. We'll find out. Ulf preparing a bit of a stomp here in mid. As soon as Detty Elise step a few feet forwards, they could be caught off. The stun coming in with the Paranoia, that's a freebie. If Ulf leave now, they'll be coming away as victors, but they might have overstepped their welcome. Kia gets one, but that's still good enough for Ulf. They go in for another push, another crunch into mid, and it's enough. Sure, Detty Elise gain ground control into the A site for a little while, but the spike is in no man's land. Fraction left behind, and Ulf make clean work of that.
I demand what I'm owed.
Yeah, just not even backing away from the mid fight at all. You have the original one off the back of contact, you send the stun, you send the push. Even pushing out of the Viper's wall, dropped by Detty Elise. Continuing to press the issue, rallying into the corners where the players were trying to seek refuge. Attention's back over towards A main as soon as the wall is tripped. A bit of a better handle over towards the mid controlling towards the previous for Ulf. And something they want to try and replicate, but only with 2 players this time.
Good shot by Sol.
Cover going up.
Great starter. Oh, then at least though, they're really struggling to cross through this chokehold. Ulf are doing a great job to have players poking out from all sorts of positions. None creates some pressure now towards this B site, but Dead Elise aren't going to easily maneuver towards B, especially with now Echo being the interrupter. Locked into a corner, a lazy peek. A bit messy, scrappy, but you get the job done. You've got the pick.
And he knows he can't commit to that. Maxime has to get over towards site, but the only issue is the angles held from connector. None. Sure, you know where players are, but if you can't connect the shots, it's a formality. Ulf plays that one out, and again, Odd has been one of the top-rated players, sure. Like, consistently having great games in the last 2 matches that we've seen so far in his group stage gambit, but he doesn't even necessarily have to switch up positioners over towards A of, oh, they're starting to counter me now, because even with spamming through a smoke, he's just been able to just take a couple of steps to the sides, solidify his position, and it just makes it even more difficult for them to get out over towards A, but they're finding success on B. That's why they've had a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah, that's fair. Dead Elise, though, might be walking into a little bit of a trap. Fabian left into a cubby. Oh, it's gone unchecked. And a spray is permitted. The headshot connects. A flash is thrown. And back to safety.
Out.
How do you get away with that?
And all 4 hit with the knife as well. So you have all the information to work with. You can see the instant reaction of the players of Ulf over towards mid. And hey, if they want to cross back over, it's going to be the long way round.
Not over for Dead Elise, though. Still have the majority of their players intact. Prowler checks Necky's corner. And they're falling further back. What did Dead Elise do with this? Instead of going all the way around into the A side, they're recommitting it to B, and it just might be the right call.
But Sop is on the angle with the operator, so you can buy some time, get the first get out, because there's still players sure far away.
That's a great Steel Garden, but it doesn't actualize in time. Sop has enough opportunities to fire up the operator, get the pick. Sure, the Viper's pit is used, but now you're running out of players. You're already down to 3, and Fabian is closing up the distance with a shorty. None already down. There's no crossing into sight, and you better know it. Elders with the high ground.
10 seconds left.
A complete blockage of the site. Dead Elise can try to spray and find any random picks, but it's not going their way. Ulf regain the lead.
Last round in the half.
It's just patience to let the Steel Garden come through. It would have been a second more, but it offers up an easy way to confirm the advantage for Ulf.
Enemy remaining.
Sure. Fabian having the confidence to run through the Viper's pit with a shorty, get his pick and get out to safety.
All set.
Still an opportunity to equalize for Dead Elise towards the end. They still have money, they still have an Odin on Maxime. It's just right now they don't have any sort of map control.
Yeah, with the wall broken though, or expended at least. Ulf already rotating over. Look at this, 3 players already defending, and there could be a 4th one in just 5 seconds. A quick trade up. Fabio and Echo really able to find cover, switch up their positions, and constantly find frags left and right. Fabian might be in trouble, but Fraction can't account for his position quickly enough. Fabian making this B site his home, his realm, and nothing will test him while he's there. 7-5 being the score. Ulf barely in charge, but they did get into a groove by the end.
And
Right, 7-5 being the score at the end of the first half. Ulf, the Turkish representative, the second seed from that Challengers League, currently in the lead by 2. Daddy Elise, though, have got a challenge on their hands. Go out with a bang. Go out showing what they're worth and what they can do. And currently not too far off from keeping things in reach for Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, switching over towards the defender side, it's one that they've been favouring in the most recent matches. It was why they had that mini comeback against the Ultimates. The dominance of shot that they were able to show. Especially using this Viper, a lot of control you can get across the map, but right now, all eyes on Basia.
Not too bad for a start. A tag on Aldaz as well, which Maxim is able to clean up. Neki struggling to get through. All from the back foot with Daddy Elise quickly finding a way to the back end of this B site. Fabian gone all the way around though. If the smoke fades in the wrong time, this could be massive for Ulf. They walk into his position. At least he gets one before he drops as the paranoia negates his impact. Maxim, that's the beauty of the swing. Neki's got some high ground to work with. That's a double kill. 2 more. And maybe this is doable.
The only issue is he has no idea where Nunmeister is coming from. Being that main flank already dealt with. He knew Fractioned was sight, but he has to regain control of this spike.
How does he go about this? 40 seconds. Fraction goes for the swing himself, and he pretty much should know what the play is. Gets the timing on him. No way! No way Fraction just won a 1v4. Let's have a look at that one again. It all started so good for Basia. All started great for Daddy Elise. They had everything they needed. But Neki just appeared from the heavens and made this round crumble beneath their opponents' hands.
And just sneaking in towards that heaven position, going unnoticed. Sure, it's fine to catch the first or even the second off guard. 1v1's isolated towards the end. Mind games with Fractioned. Now they want to go aggressive through towards mid. Fraction's invested into a bucket.
It's a Spitfire. Was that a Hurricane? Not sure.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's down for the count.
It just got shot down.
Yeah, it's a long-range weapon against the Bucky of Fractioned coming out on top. And he's just going for a gander. Doesn't even want to go over towards sight. Completely bypassed Kia.
Oh, Aldaz. For a moment there, I thought he wasn't going to check Basia's position, but clears it. No worries.
Just looking at the pathing of Echo's had through this round, he's back towards mid, he's back to where he started. And the fact that he just walked past 3 people over towards A, went back into main, he was just having a little bit of a wander, exploring what the A main side of Corrode has for views. But timing
just
here.
doing the cinematic walk over the map, aren't we? Look at Echo ecoing his way through this round. What's going on? What were these turns?
Oh no.
Knife out for Sup. Okay, it feels like someone just wants to make a statement about how this game is going right now. 9-5. I wonder if they've just put fuel in the fire for Daddy Elise though, as guns are coming out for them this round.
Yeah, that's just a bit of an unfortunate engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a tour guide of Echo doing that round, and Maxime got welcomed to London, but coming in towards this one, it's a streak of rounds now for all from the tail end of the first half now in towards the pistols, which they've been notoriously poor at getting across the line this split. But hang on.
How about that? How about a double to boot the next round? As soon as you have guns available to you, you get something brilliant made out of it. It's not without a slight answer from Ulf, but with Sop being so damaged up. For about a moment there, I thought Fraction was capable of a third, but Sop connects with a headshot, and now it's even Stevens.
Low HP on this Neon player, so any sort of aggressive entry might be difficult for them. They just want to try and pull isolated initial gunfights. Bastia hiding from the flash.
Oh, Kia is there to punish. That's no problem at all for Kia. Triple kill. And that is a counteraction to the previous round's BM. You've got to feel that's the case.
And again, it's all the kills coming in from the same position of two different Death Release players, right? Fraction starting it off and Kia closing it out. But yeah, that's something that the Viper, when we were talking about the trade-off of not having the double controller and going for double initiator instead, is that mid control that you're able to get with the wall coming in from Bastia, that you can cycle it, and it just makes it even difficult for the attacking team to break through that. Instead, they didn't want anything to do with mid this round. Decided Viper's utility, sod it. Okay. That's another, what's that, 3-4 kills in the last couple of rounds that haven't even seen their opponents. Intuition.
Easy peasy. How do Oof found the advantage though from this, right? Because they've attempted 2 pushes so far, and none of them have really gone to plan. Kia needing to shoot the Prowler, looking for the adjustment, but it doesn't quite go to plan. So silver lining for Ulf, they've just dwindled the numbers just a little bit. 2 players grouped up here. The Fade catches onto one. Fraction is thanking his lucky star he doesn't get caught by that one, but the spray from Neki will eventually do that, and this round is flipped on its head.
And they've got a decent amount of control over towards spawn at the side as well. Sofa and Echo wanting to go exploring. Do have a couple of bits of utility for this retake. The reveal coming in from Maxime could prove useful, especially with the Soden span. Paper thin walls over towards A. I don't think given the opportunity.
Well, you know where they're coming from now.
Where are you?
You've heard both of the players move. Ulf taking no chances, just hiding around the walls, all the corners. No, there is no way that they'll at least get away with a dub here. Smooth sailing, Maxim looking to find some consolidation frags by the end, but not really going his way, is it? Well, at least he survives the Spike's explosion, but Ulf get themselves to double digits. No crisis to see here, they say.
And it started off so well. That's 2 completely untraded frags. And then instead, it's this little combination of utility. They didn't necessarily know there was 2 players there, but it was a supporting spray coming in from Neki that caught Fraction, realistically revealed his position. Then it was just a full speed in towards that A site. Too much land, too much ground to recover for Detti in the retake.
Still waiting. Marked 1.
Good horns. Spots out 1 or 2 players. But other than that, Ulf, I think they've got a clear plan in their mind. They want to cross into this A site. Thing is, there's a wall in the waiting. And some razor vines.
Well, they want to go left. That smoke coming up.
Oh, they're going to peek past the wall together. That's pretty smart.
Thorns down.
And it catches Nun off guard.
So long, Sabine.
Echo holds down the fort in mid, and nothing gets past him. Short Fraction is repositioned. He's trying to catch Fabian off, but no, he's stuck around into the corner. And to Deputy Elise's dismay, this might already be out of control. Bit of a misfortunate timing for Fabian, but it feels the damage has already been done. Maxim left all to himself. An all too familiar position to be in. With an Odin yet again. Really prohibited from getting anywhere near to this A site. 2 bodies, a high-low, looking in this direction. Is able to fire the one, but the trade into a second is highly unlikely. Ulf are just 1 arm's length away from sealing the deal on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, this shot's nice from Echo, and you can see the idea coming from Ulf, obviously crossing the wall to get the Vice wall together, but smoking towards the right side opened them up to Detulis on the way back in, coming in from the Fractioned position towards mid. Same goes for Kia was also in towards that link corner, but it got immediately shut down. They knew exactly what they should be watching for, had the right protocols in place, the cycling of smokes, the paranoias, and the flashes.
Go, go, go.
Like you said, Maxime finding himself in all too familiar places of 1v3s 2 times in a row now.
Huge fraction. They'll at least get things going in the right direction early, but Neck is quick on the case. Still down,
Bassi in
that's
this corner.
Cool. Oh, Bastia might be missed. Never mind, Fatfuture checks it. Gives that one a second peek. Okay, Nightfall drops, but how much more can be found off the back of it? There is a TP going around. Kia is able to catch Ulf by surprise. That's a beauty of a TP to dismantle the hold there. I don't think the spike even went down or had a chance to get planted, and therefore they'd at least hold on for a little more while.
That's a great Nightfall coming in from Maxime, enabling Kia's teleport through. Hope you can see it in this replay here. Had no idea that the TP came through. They wanted to try and get the spike down, but the only issue is Kia's TP'd in, dealt with both of the players standing by.
They are mine.
Now, a little bit of an answer back, but still there's enough money for Ulf to reinvest, so it's not too worrying for the Turkish side, especially with 4 ultimates online and an aggressive, fast play over towards B.
Oh, holding play for Maxim. A play he's known for, but Sop is able to shut him down early. Again, infiltration into B seems successful, and Faction isn't toying with that idea right now, but the Prowler heading in his direction means he has to show where he's coming from. The rest of the Deadly Elise players grouping up together, going all the way around here.
That's a good pick from Bastia.
Elbow, indeed. Deadly Elise are making things easier for them.
The delay coming in from Favion's ult, can't go understated because as time starts to get lower, Datulice have to make the move.
And that's when the overdrive comes through. Neki able to answer back, but it's not for long. Deadly Elise can play the numbers game. But Neki's all by himself up against the 2. Realizes where one is, but there's just too many angles to deal with this one. And therefore the defuse comes underway. Deadly Elise, again, a close retake, but one they secure nevertheless, and show that they need to be respected on the corrode.
Yeah, that reveal, grabbing on edge just as he goes in towards that smoke in mid-side.
Last player standing.
Easy pickup for the Odin.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, the kill that they were able to get over towards Echo in that close right corner of that B site from Heaven was massive for allowing Datulice to get back in, because not only was that holding Heaven, it was also holding the connector position towards mid. It could have been a massive spanner in the works for Datulice, but they deal with it. And now going into the next thing they have to deal with is an eco round.
Overdrive out from Sop straight away.
Oh my god, he's so fast through
really
mid.
have much available. Oh boy, this push from A could be destructive though.
Oh my gosh.
Double Sheriff shot, and this round is no longer under control for the Elise. Panic alarms.
Oh my god.
Wait, Fabian, you really don't want to be checking sight there? Oh, what? What's going on? Still Ulf have found themselves upgrades, and they do have the numbers here.
And because of how much time and how quickly they've been able to find the space, they have enough time to reset, collect a couple of weapons, wait for Neki to come through and support.
With that Prowler being shot, you know at least where one of them are. Wise Ring and Kia. It's a one-on-one. But again, Ulf, they don't mind this trading game. And they quickly get the spike. They're running towards this B site. They want to get there way quicker than Maxim can.
Now his decision is into the post plant because they're at least going to be afforded that luxury. Phantom for connector. Going to play 2. And a little bit of a crossfire, and it's not going to be something easy for Maxime to navigate. Has got a reveal.
The scary thing, though, is that both Ulf players are hiding in the exact same corner. Maxim holds an Odin, notoriously known for getting sprays, collaterals, shots through walls. But Neki finds the headshot first, so it doesn't even matter, does it? Putting an end to that, Ulf on 12, 1 away here, and of course, it's Sheriffs to do it. That stun was brilliant, and there's absolutely nothing Fraction and none could have done about it. That was funny, though.
It's because of how quickly the space towards mid was given up because of Sop's run. Just absolutely sprint through mid into connector. Noisy doesn't necessarily have to take the fights. Pop that stun, enable his players in main, his teammates. A couple of shots from a Sheriff. Grants them 12.
Something, isn't it? Quite something. on the back foot, Daddy Elise. Hoping that this mid play could have worked out, but the first confrontation into A, it's not going to plan, and neither is this round. Quick access to A.
One enemy remaining.
Setup positions taken.
Javi wants this done.
There's nothing set up about this though, is there, Summer? Because Ulf are going in for the chase. A chase that they will ultimately win. It's a swift one, it's a clean one, barely taking any damage throughout that final round, but the 13th round is locked in, and Deti Elise's map doesn't go their way. Instead, Ulf picked that one up and are currently in the lead in the series.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not really affecting anything, but it's nice to see a couple of different ideas coming from the side of Ulf. Loving the adaptations that they can have on the attacking side, whether they want to go super fast, go for those defaults, and showing a little bit of variation to their play on a map that we haven't seen from them so far in Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, it's nice to see some adaptations on the fly, on the go, within the tournament itself. Let's see if we get to see any more changes as the maps progress in the series. But for now, over to the analyst desk so they can give us their thoughts.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, Ulf continuing to show their dominance over the course of the group stage so far. Look, they haven't been the cleanest team in terms of their results so far, but they have definitely been dispatching with everybody in due course. And same goes here, right? Dirty Elise, you know, we didn't think they were going to be a team to come up against Ulf and win, but we thought they were going to put up a good fight. They did.
Yeah.
But Ulf seemed to have it under control the whole time.
Oh yeah, and I love how the Tiulis actually came into this matchup. They were already ready to counter those Odin plays with Maxim's Odin. I think they had brilliant setups here. But in the end, Ulf, I think they were just on top of their own game. They were able to adapt into this matchup. I loved how Fabian actually counterplayed that Viper, like how I said on the beginning. You want to really use those flash drives to pop through the Viper walls, utilize that to actually make some kind of trap plays, and we have one trap play a little bit later on here. But one thing I feared from Deti Ulis that happened, I think, at least few times there, giving the isolated duels. That's how the second half started. That's how Neki were able to actually capitalize off of that pistol round and utilize those 1v1 duels to bring Ulf into this matchup really, really well and on that second half. And I think after that, Deti Ulis kind of crumbled.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I'm going to let you free on the telestrator for a little bit. Why don't you show me through round 9 and then we can move on?
Yeah, so I think this round was a perfect showing of how Ulf actually adapted. This was right after a timeout, right now, round 9 timeout. Prior to this round, Deti Ulis actually utilized this mid area to go there fast and take control of that. Now let's see how Ulf actually adapted into this. As you see, B side is completely abandoned. There's no one there. There's 4 players on the A side, and the only reason why KO is here is because of the flash drive. That's gonna be a setup. Let's play this a little bit further up and see how the trap play actually goes on, because ULF before this, they actually kind of played mid. They wanted to take it early, but this time around they didn't want to show much presence and just wait for the information. First of all, I think they're looking for Sop to get this first contact, but they're getting a little bit impatient. Prowler goes through, instantly the trap play is activated, none gets taken out instantly, rest of the mid players gone as well, and that's where Deti Ulis crumbled. That was the first round for Ulf to actually come back in that first half and win out that 7-5. And Deti Ulis, they couldn't quite do anything about that. I think that speaks volumes about the coaching staff as well, being able to bring out some ideas there on how to counter this Deti Ulis roster, how to go against this defaulting style. And Deti Ulis actually didn't, I don't think they took that mid much prior to that around 8. And from that, Ulf was like, yeah, let's go for this counterplay. Let's just absolutely demolish them there.
Right, well, it's not over yet. We still have at least one more map to go, and we're going to be moving over to Bind next. So if ULF can take it away in 2, or whether Deti Elise can stage a comeback. We'll be right back with you guys very shortly.
And
on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA, everybody. This could be the final map of the group stage, so you're going to have to savor it as much as you can, unless Dirty Elise can stage a comeback and get things going on Bind. Their record on this map, however, is not amazing whatsoever. I mean, their best half so far from what we've seen, they played it 3 times. Their best half so far from what we have seen is the attack side, and they have a 50% win rate on the attack side. Their defense, best not to talk about it.
Yeah.
So for them, they're going to have made some adaptation. They're going to have to change some things up if they want to come up against Ulf and have a chance of bringing this one back, because unfortunately their map pick left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the greatest map for Ulf either. Obviously, they played against Job Life yesterday. No, it's not yesterday, 3 days ago. They lost 10 and 13, but still, I think that shows some promise for the side of Ulf. Job Life is a great team. They are really good on Bind. Dirty Elise, they played against Team Liquid Academy and Enterprise Esports prior to this. I think those are the most notable games that they have played in Bind. 3 and 13 against Enterprise Esports, 8 and 13 against Team Liquid Academy. The one thing that I would take a note in here is that they have a little bit different composition, mostly similar, but the only difference is that Brimstone traded to Astra. Obviously Dirty Elise going for the Brimstone, Wolf Esports going for the Astra. I think this composition of having a Fade, Viper, Yoru and Raze is already kind of a signature comp here, but then you have some small minor details and different agents going back and forth, and it's going to be interesting to see how Dirty Elise can act. Oh, they're bringing back the old comp. Okay.
Yeah, we're going
sure.
back to 2021.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean,
well, 2022.
fair enough.
Gecko.
Is it Sky?
But yeah, that is
Gecko. Okay.
Comfort picks, maybe, I would assume.
I mean, it's the only bind that they have won, but they lost against Enterprise Esports 3 and 13 as well. Sure, I do love the point that you highlighted. Maybe these are the comfort picks, even though that there is very meta composition for this. I do feel like the Yoru is one of the best agents that you can have in this map in terms of having those teleports. You can send your clone through that, but then you have the rotations throughout the maps. But maybe the Tiulis, maybe they're not feeling too comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's a fairly rare day nowadays that we see a Sky implemented into a composition. So I'm excited to see how they make that one work. Okay. Sure. Well, I think for Detilis, look, this map, based on what we've seen from them, is going to be, you know, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Essentially, just try our best. Because look, this is their final. You know, their hand is sticking through the water. And they're trying to grab onto something as best as they can while they're drowning it. This is their final chance to make something happen here in Challengers EMEA. They need to get it done here and now. And so far, they have not shown us that their defense side can be great. That's where they're going to be starting. So I'm going to throw it over to Pavlos and Winter to cast it for you. Enjoy, guys.
Yeah, 2 back-to-back mid-tournament comp changes for Daddy Elise. This is going to spice things up. A last hurrah, some last fun on their favorite composition, on their favorite agents. Let's see if they have a little bit more luck going to this one, because let's be fair, they're going to need it. They didn't win their own map pick on Corrode, and now Bind is where they'll require to get a victory to keep their hopes alive in the series.
Yeah, and like you said, it's back-to-back composition changes. It's another... going back to what was working for them back in Northeast, because they made a composition switch then in regards to what they wanted to play out on towards Bind. And they had a little bit more success. It was a 3-13 that caused them to make the change, by the way, against Enterprise. Yeah, but that's Enterprise. They beat Fullbox 300, and then they changed the comp, and then they lost to Liquid Academy. So maybe they were just been cooking something up in the time between the last couple of matches, a couple of officials. But for the side of Ulf, me personally, I'm looking to see them have an improvement from their match against Joblife.
I'm looking to see them explore this flank. It's a 1-for-1. Bassi able to get some damage across. There's information given over to Daddy Elise that there's a heavy presence towards the back line, so they know by process of elimination this B site more likely to be open, and that's exactly what they do. They're pushing it further. So you're in trouble, mate. And he didn't even see that coming. Kia right into his face. Neki also knows there are more players approaching. Daddy Elise into this map say no respect shall be given. We want to give it our all.
Yeah, they know exactly the general direction that Odas is going to be. You can see the pings coming out. Now with the steps.
Chase after this.
I mean, they don't have to, really.
It's like a game of whack-a-mole, but the whack-a-moles have got guns and are shooting back at you. That's what it looked like there.
Yeah, nice aggression from Datu over towards Spawn. The triple swing into the smoke doesn't really give much of an opportunity for Sob to find a way into the round.
Right here.
It was actually something that they struggled with on this map. Ulf against Joblife was the defensive half. Didn't necessarily get too many rounds. Well, they only got 2. So any sort of improvement from that and having a little bit more of a fight back on this defense, because they started off really well against Joblife. I think it was like an 8-4 lead. And it slipped when they switched over to the defensive half. So it's not going to be the prettiest from the side of Ulf. Onto the full classics is just a little bit of a cleanup.
Right, Daddy Elise are going to have to work for this one. Neki survives a little longer than what I would have expected there. Decides to not shoot the wingman as it walks past him, so he doesn't reveal his position. Shot blast man standing. How many dinks can you get? Oh, that's 1. Not too bad. Nunmeister, though, survives throughout that. 20 points of health remaining on him. And that's the quickest 2-0 we've seen. Now it's time for the guns to come out for Ulf.
Yeah, that's what I'm wanting to size up from Ulf in towards this one, because, yeah, it's not been the prettiest so far on Bind in this split, or at least in towards Challengers EMEA. Again, they've only played it once.
True. it's one of the things that we said earlier, right? Whether you're going to be playing this one to practice your weaker maps before going into playoffs, before facing those bigger opponents, get those official reps in, and I feel that's one of the reasons Ulf may have left a map like this open for Daddy Elise to play. For now, though, this push onto the A site has come forth. Ulf, not much they could do about this. The wingman hasn't been shut down. Neki patient enough to wait for Fraction to reveal himself on that higher angle. Therefore, numbers advantage, but Fabian doesn't let that be the case for long.
Yeah, Nate doing a lot of damage, pushing him into the Astra utility and even the face stuff, but they still haven't managed to get none out of this position.
And it's an important position to hold, but Fabian sticks his ground firmly, his feet in position. And there's nothing much that can be done about that. Basia, a little bit further back. You're running out of time here, so Ulf need to move quickly.
But that's both Molly's used as well, so right now, Detulis, they have to put their lives on the line, and it's a simple collection for the remaining Ulf players. And a conversion into the third round now, so initially it's Neki getting the first blood and Fabian just, like you said, holding his ground, making sure the players over towards Lamps don't necessarily get a exit scot-free, and even forcing both of the remaining players of Basia and Kia to use the mollies, use the snake bites early on because of how fast and how early that retake came into place.
Let's see how this one goes here. Ulf, they have got a level of maturity about them, even with their younger age, right? I think people have described it. You've also described it as Pacific-ish from last year. Coming out of nowhere and in a little amount of time, being a strong contender at this level of play.
That was my hope for Bulls.
Yeah. Dream cut short.
Yeah, a little bit too much to ask for from the Ukrainian side, but I've already made a name for themselves for sure. That's, again, something definitely to want to do. Whether that's as individuals or as a collective five.
5-player push now towards this A site. It's not like Ulf don't have too much to defend this. Neki gets the better end of Fraction. And with that, what do they at least really have left to push through? They have the wingman that can provide that extra space, get that spike going down, turn some heads in his direction, but Neki continues to find players left and right. Echo also chimes in, Fabian wanting to move into the smoke as well. No respect shown. They want to find every single one of these players, and they haven't lost any of their lives in the process.
Yeah, nice clean round. And off the back of a quick shutdown of Fraction's satchels into sight, you'll see in the replay here, ahead of the flash, Neki connects the shots. I'm sure you can give him the space to plant, but that's about all Detulicia are afforded. Crowd into corners then to escape. And into this one now. Rifles, like, fully there for Ulf, and now it's starting to come into question. Basia has a hero rifle here, and it's sort of bolstered up by the Stingers, looking for a fast play to overwhelm the players over towards B. There's a couple of ultimates for Ulf to work in the retake, should it even be required.
Ardas looks away from the flash, is able to take down the boom bot, but Echo being there at his left-hand side as reassurance. The triple kill collected, Ulf with the lead.
They haven't got the spike though. And the only thing is, Neki's in this 1v2 position. He can get cornered in. That's where the TP comes in from Fabian to help.
Huge though. Basia is able to isolate one. Sure, Maxim drops in the process, but Basia, he's able to isolate one more, and this could be possible, but no. Ulf take that fight together. Fabian and Sop holding hands. They throw in the clone as cover as well. And that's how the round finds its end.
Decent amount of damage. The Detulicia on the lower buy, but now Rifle's back out. A lot of ultimates really close. So if they can get into a good post-plant position, get a couple of kills on the way through, really sink their heels into sights, whether it's with Basia's ultimate, looking at here for the post-plant as well with the orbital strike.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
And they're looking towards
Thrash
B again.
Echo Spotted, caught, but uses TP for cover.
And he's still able
not
to get
caught.
one.
Avoids the thrash. Also getting the pick onto Bastia. That is a massive pick to get. Let's see if Deadly Release slow things down. At this point, they have to pause as a toxic screen has been put before them.
And even spotting out the operator of SOP over towards this site, it's just going to be difficult to try and get him off this angle. They haven't necessarily got the space to TP either.
They'd love for Keo Maxim to get a pick here. Having their ultimates available could crack this round wide open, but if that doesn't come to shove, then they'll be in a world of hurt. Thrash is popped up again, and this is where the cross comes through, but SOP is ready for that one. Not falling for it, holding his ground, and the flick is successful. 40 seconds, and Deadly at least know they're in trouble, but they have to stick to their guns. Sure, you take the TP as a last-ditch effort, but there's no surviving for Maxim. Maybe a spike plant is what they can hope for, but other than that, None is in for a hard task. And especially with his backline being challenged. Look at that.
Yeah, he doesn't know about this. He's managed to make his way out to bench.
Yeah,
it should just be a back. Yeah. Easy cleanup for Favian, and that comes into the fact that they kept one player over towards A because, well, there wasn't really much pressure on B to need to call Favian over for the rotate, knowing that all the pressure was coming from long, wanting to keep someone ready and waiting towards A should they TP, but even then they only managed to get one through it.
Oh man.
The fact that Echo didn't get caught by the Thrash as he TP'd was kind of criminal.
It is. You can't be getting away with stuff like that. And the fact that you back it up with a pick as well, it's a little bit stupid. But 4 consecutive for all. For soon as they've been in buying rounds, they haven't been slowing down at all. And now they've got 4 ultimates available, 1 all away from a potential 5th.
It's not looking ideal, but does Unity have ultimates as well, okay?
Sure. Push out from short.
Oh, this is a risky position.
I have a feeling SOP's barrel was spotted. Dizzy outbroken. You know someone's in cubby. Do you know SOP is into this corner, postured, ready for someone to swing? Evander was shot from this direction earlier. Will you expect an operator? Toxic screen comes out. Deadly Release able to retreat safely.
And he's also refreshed his teleport, so he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable to stick around this position with that get out of jail free card. The only issue is they might be walking to the very site that has Echo with his ultimate pop down.
It's always treacherous moving into Viper's Pit.
But the thing is, they might not even necessarily want to move. Maybe just be a little bit of a misnomer, pull some sort of attention, try and pressure Echo here, because look at where Bastia is. He's still stuck over towards that A site.
They've got the perfect answer for it, though. The Seekers could reveal the direction of where Echo's hiding. It has spotted him. Showstopper lands directly on his body. There's no avoiding that, is there? And sure, Deadly Release were softened up by the Viper's Pit, but they're quickly replenishing themselves. Able to strike the delay. Any of the quicker rotations, 10 seconds. You need to get the spike down. And there is SOP being a menace with the Dimensional Drift, being so damn sneaky. The push out from Showstopper. There's no spike plant going on here. Bastia on the wrong side of this map, attempting a flank, but without this round seeing itself to post-plant situation, his success will not be actualized. Ulf continue on their streak.
And they had the perfect answer as well from Dasiliche. The combination of the double ultimates. You see, following the Seekers, faction pops it. The only thing is, with the amount of time that took to deal with just the solo player, the rotates come through, and you almost wish that they didn't necessarily get the kill onto Echo because Bastia had a full free A site. But the spike was already committed in towards B. No time to recover and rotate. Ooh. Oh, you're spotted.
But Fabian on for a walk. Bastia catches him finally. It's been a bit of a menace so far this game. And Neki in and off angle as well. That's 2 picks to nothing. Aldous is trying to do the same thing.
This wasn't supposed to be the round that they win, and as Satchel Ding gives an opportunity for Aldous to have an answer back. Only good for one. Isn't collapse!
That's collateral has just put Ulf back in the game. Echo upgrades. No way you would have expected another player to appear from Lamps, and he goes for the push with the Bucky into Basia's face. What on earth is that round? You can't make this up.
You almost think it's an accidental mistake and he just wants to capitalize on the timing instead of picking up another weapon. Instead of picking up the Vandal, he picks up the Bucky, decides to roll with it. Hop, skip, and a jump into the pit. And it almost comes unraveling for all towards that round. But I don't know how Echo managed to get here unnoticed. Like, I feel like he was going for the Vandal. Decided, you know what, Bucky's fine.
Mate, it was a 5v2. It was a 5v2. You have 3 players trying to be sneaky in 3 different corners. It doesn't work out, but it still does.
Even off the back of that, Detulichi didn't even have the best buy. They shouldn't have even had a 5v2 to begin with, but let it slip by the seams, and now Ulf is going to capitalize on that again, and Sop wants to go aggressive. No longer an operator in hand, and it's just a Vandal, and it's just as effective.
Yeah, self-assisted. You don't need no friends when you've got your own flash. That is solo Q-tips, everybody. Either way, Aldaz might be in trouble again. Daddy Elise, you've got the numbers now. You can't be falling. Oh, they've got the spike. Oh, Ulf have got the spike.
Sop has the spike.
How? Sop is traded. You don't expect Fabian to be here. Now you do. That's a good bait and switch. But Fraction has won his fight on the other side of the map. Now things are going in the right direction. Echo is on a solo journey, but something about me doesn't want to count him out.
Especially if he can get good timing onto Basia. If he clears out this corner, I think he's going to expect him here.
3. Now it's a 1v2. 40 seconds. Then he leaves. Do they walk after him? The timing is right for Echo. At least he was looking the right direction, but 2 players peeking a bit too much. Teddy Elise, make this one work.
Yeah, by the skin of their teeth, mind. And you're looking towards Fraction to have that answer back. Not only over towards Hooker, onto Sop, and this jump peek out. Impactful frags coming in from the duelist player. And at least it puts an end to the green streak that Ulf was starting to put together. But even then, it's not really going to affect them. Operator back out now for Sop. Dabbled with the Vandal in the previous, decided, you know what, we lost that round and go back to the Op.
Oh, Echo. Barely out of the smoke. Still able to find the pick after his teammate baited Kia's position out. There is fight back, though. None of Fraction have decided, you know what, guys? We're just going to take individual fights. We're going to pressure you in 1v1 situations, and then at least actually making it work.
See what Yoros and operators can do over towards this B site in the previous matchup. If you haven't watched that one, definitely go rewatch. Exit on the operators are kind of nasty. But this time the pressure's on Sop. Has a good line, but there's flashes to get him off this angle. He's avoiding
away from the flash. He's got a re-swing opportunity.
Spike down, B.
Takes the spike out of Wingman's hands, but that's a wide swing from Maxim. Smart to close up the distance. And there you go. B-side takeover.
Spike planted.
Well divided.
You're hoping the ultimate doesn't get hit, but should know exactly where this player is coming from. Done. Nice little cleanup over towards the end, but yeah, looking at this round, like you said, it's all coming down to the individual gunfights. Initially, this one over towards Long doesn't necessarily go in Detulich's favor, but Fractioned over towards Hooker has been consistent on being able to get the entry kill onto players, whether it's them retreating from Long, like we saw Echo here in this round, or playing on top of the B site container itself. Knowing they have the numbers advantage. Have a little bit of a stroll into B, deal with Sop, that's the operator down, and now Ulfa's getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. They're on the lower buy.
Time to jump.
And that's a crazy prospect to think about if you just warp your minds to 3 rounds ago. Wolf had some cushioning.
This is cheeky. I don't know if they know about Fabian, but I don't think it even matters.
You're right. Fabian's made his way in the TP, but when do you find impact here? How?
He's just hoping someone TPs from A, but
you
with
know
the
what?
lack of information, Maxime has found with the dog. I don't know if they necessarily not want to go into A because there's no one peeking.
Wouldn't it be funny if they at least just sandbag the entire round, fake towards this A site, and suddenly decide, you know what, people have rotated, let's go to B. And then they go into the TP where Fabian is waiting. Wouldn't that just be funny?
I mean, I don't think it's going to happen now with the committal of the spike over, but it might have been a little bit silly. Ooh, that's a nasty dink onto Maxime. Release.
Bassi left behind as well because he heard the TP going through. Echo. Winter's 1v1, so Ulf definitely in the fight now where they're at least losing numbers.
None does have his ultimate. Thrash is available to try and stave off this retake, but he might go down before even an opportunity.
When do you use it, is he? When do you go for it? The answer is straight away. Oh, does the Sheriff though is popping off? No, not like this. Bassi able to interrupt one, but Aldous gets off the spike defusal and his Sheriff is simply on fire.
Last round before the switch.
This was the player that I... Not poking fun at in the green room before we started this map, but just refreshing my memory of how the map against Job Life went. It was a 13-10 loss, but Aldous was the player I was going sort of 20-12, still losing. So maybe he has a little bit of a vengeance coming back into that one, especially with the combination of Sheriff shots. Because if he didn't hit that, realistically, there wouldn't be less of a chance for offense rounds.
I mean, we could have been potentially looking at a 6-6 here. Thrash doesn't quite get to the TPing players, but Angle Fraction still is able to pull the showstopper off, but Aldous wants to interrupt that from continuing to be the case. Maxim closes up the distance, but then again, Ulfa losing players left and right. Who wins that lamp fight? Neki, wondering when's the right time to shine, but Mosh keeps him back for now. And they're at least generally playing this very safe. Look how far back they're playing.
Yeah, because they have the Orbital Strike and a Molly and Bassia's Snakebite. There's so much to work with, and sure, the ultimate from Stop is going to get information on positioning, but it's not going to do well for the utility.
Neki with first blood on the retake, already going to the spike, so that's going to bait out of the Orbital Strike. You already know that's the case, so you're closing up the distance to try and take yet another fight head on. Flashed up though, that's a massive one from Maxim. Back on the defuse, Neki's trying to keep his teammate afloat. Into the incendiary, there's no hiding away from that. Sop gets one, but two left, and no time to retrieve them. Spike explodes, Denny Elise with 5. They close out the half with a bang. So many crazy rounds this half, I cannot count, but if the game continues this way, we're in for a treat.
And
ended up to being quite the close first half. Ulf, however, though, have played the strongest of their positions, right? On the defensive side, they've had a slight advantage in their past games. Do they have what it takes to close this out for a 2-0?
There's possibilities. They do have the lead. With literally swapping over on towards the defensive half, this is something that they've been struggling with.
Sure.
I think it's about 30% win rate. It's not ideal for them.
Well, it depends how far back you go, but yeah, recent terms, not been great.
Last 3 months,
Sure.
not something that they love. Laying on towards this defensive side and playing a lot of plays towards spawn. They play for this super fast rotate, expecting something aggressive from up, and that's exactly what's going to be offered up.
Oh, that is a great flash to follow through. Daddy at least take advantage of that fully, and now Fabian in big trouble, trying to keep himself and his team afloat. It's chaotic. Aldaz gets one, but with 3 running in his direction, how do you keep up? The answer is you don't.
Yeah, Alfred just not ready for such a fast rotate coming from Destiny. Having 3 players just sat in defender spawn waiting to see any sort of aggression meant that by the time Echoes managed to get 1 kill out onto site, there's already 3 players ready to come and throw utility, whether it's the Dizzy coming out or just being an absolute menaces over towards site and overrunning the attacking opportunities that Ulf tried to make for themselves over towards 8. Towards the Datu in towards this one, so that we can do this.
Ooh.
Ooh. Well, they might have a B site.
Imagine, Summer. It wouldn't be the first time of the game, would it?
It'd be the second of the series as well. At least they've dealt with Echo.
Do you... I was about to say, do you really want to be taking these exchanges? Apparently you do.
Only benefit is Maxime's coming in with a stinger, knowing that a couple of these players are low, wants to go full force in towards site.
Keeping close distance there, Neki, but it's not quite good enough, and Maxim just presses W. Aldaz. Oh,
Nice.
Maxim, that is just solid Sheriff work there. A triple by the end. I thought he would have been distracted there. I thought he at least would have fallen. Sure, it wouldn't have mattered in the round, but no. It stops at Maxim.
Yeah, you can see the power of having a stinger come out against players with 0 shields, already half HP. A little bit of a cleanup duty. It's important to keep the Vandal alive as well, which means the investment that Bastia is going to be making into this one makes this a convincing bonus. Especially on the defense, it's easy to overrun.
I'll find you.
With utility on bind, especially.
Bring them down.
So give us any Kia home.
Gotcha. Surprise. Quick peekaboo from Kia. First blood. Spread out attempt from Ulf, though. This is just a default effort. Now towards this left-hand side. 2 players pushing, but the same could be said about Echo here in short.
The thing is, he's not even being given any sort of opportunities, and especially with the double down from Kia, who hasn't even moved from his original positioning.
It's been the case since the end of the previous half. Deadly at least are winning these 1v1 exchanges. Not what I remember from Corrode.
No spike
This player has
either.
changed. Clean. This would be a brilliant bonus for Deadly at least to get.
I mean, to get, I think they may have it. 4v1, Sop has no spike in sight. Now notifying opponents of his position, tries the flash peek through. But Kia over towards Hooker. I feel like this smoke doesn't necessarily even help Neki, and then Odas goes for the delayed trade. Same goes for Fabian, and they're just offering up 1v1s to the Brim player.
I wonder when you call the timeout here for Ulf, right? Because you don't want to let things go out of control. And suddenly you've just lost your first buy. You're in an eco situation. You probably want to make sure that your next buy, you've got fully under control.
Ooh. nice little bit of utility to deny any sort of push out from Showers.
One down.
Bassett holding strong though. Spike plant not committed with. Bassett just using his classic to walk out there. Some important damage dealt from Ulf, but at the end of the day, the rifles will prevail. At 9-7 here, Elise. Ulf now have another buy on them. Losing this though, Summer, I feel will give Elise some really strong momentum to just close out this map and take us to a third. This is a really important round upcoming.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of plan of attack Ulf want to go for, whether it's something direct. But do you need to remember to pick up the spike? Or that's going to on retrieval duty. You can get stops, or possibly we could see a dimensional drift outside, but look at the aggression that Liche want to go with.
That's a good guiding light. Maxim not quite able to commit on the first shots. Fabian wanting to return the favor, but it's Nun getting ahead. Nun tripling up. He's still alive, barely with any health remaining, and now Maxim wanting a piece of the pie. Holy moly, where did Ulf go? They've disintegrated.
All down to one, and at this point, even with a minute left, you're thinking of the save. See what damage you can do. Yeah, but you haven't even got money. There's 3 players down to 0 credits. And right now, 0 weapons saved through, double digits hit for Liche, and a very, very flat attacking gambit from Ulf so far. Seem to be caught off guard by multiple little bits of aggression from Liche, whether that's sort of the play that we saw down long there, off the back of the smoke, pop through, or even just looking at how Kira's just be able to sat in hookah in that forward position, not allowing any sort of avenue into the sights. And it makes sense the timeout's coming now, because that's 5 straight rounds for Liche on the defense, and building on the momentum that they're able to recover towards the tail end of the first half, put themselves in the lead.
Well, as expected. A time to think is needed here from Ulf. It's been a 6-round drought for them. They've lost 3 buys during the 6, 1 on the attack, 2 on the defense. They add up quickly, and back into recession, they've got another eco on their hands. Now, they're always dangerous with Sheriffs, you can't deny that, but it feels like Dead Elise are on a different level right now. They're not going to go down easily to these hand cannons.
Time to jump.
And again, 3 players starting over towards spawn, wanting to be quick and ready for the rotates. As soon as anything smelts any glimmer of an attack in force from Ulf, they rotate over, and there you go. 4 players on towards the B site, ready to meet Ulf at the door.
Guiding light, popping in just in time. Orbital strike has a guarantee. It blasts 2 players, but somehow there's an answer back. Alders, you've got a Sheriff, and you've brought it to a 1v1. Now you've got a Vandal upgrade, but your knife's out. You found cover just on time. Fraction wanting to take the fight head on. Shorty out. How was this round so close? Oh boy.
They had the perfect read. A great ultimate to do so much damage. Here getting 2 just with that.
Where do you think Fraction was, right? Because at that moment, you don't really want to be running out with your knife, but maybe he thought it was just on the other side of the map, being an A-site anchor, and it just would have taken him forever to approach.
I mean, he was the A-site anchor, but the only issue is because of the rotates were from spawn. The initial rotates were so fast, they were hoping that Fraction would stay behind on A a little bit longer.
This has been a classic approach from Dead Elise. This time, though, Ulf have read it. Is it enough? Maybe not. Nun finds a couple of kills, a 3v3, and forced to go through the TP means that Ulf can take the speed side for free.
And now going into that post plan, Echo, you have the Viper's Pit, you have Necky's ultimate, stops as well, so there's loads of things to work with. The Viper's Pit goes out first, initially guarding that site, the potential retake. The only issue is you're looking at Kia coming through from Hooker.
This is the best chance Ulf have had so far this game on this attack. This could be where they could be breaking the silence. Thrash searching for the middle of the site. By process of elimination, you know there's got to be someone in elbow, someone in long. Nightfall dropping. This could confuse some of the senses of these players. Push out.
Okay.
Echo. Did Kia try to go for the knife there? What's going on? Echo gets a double kill. Sop gets one. Through the chaos, Ulf is the one that comes out on top.
Neither of them knew they were both in hooker. Because Echo had a little pocket of the ultimate to sit in. Kia didn't necessarily want to go through in towards... Jump out of hooker. You can see it here.
Yes, he wanted to go for the knife. No!
I didn't think he saw him. I think he was just walking in with his knife to speed up, but...
Whoa, if you can see that again, I'd like to see it, but you're right. We can't know for sure.
But it's a round nonetheless for all, so that breaks the silence.
That's true.
And with Stop now...
This.
Yeah, and with Stop with the operator, you're hoping he can find something in partnership with Fabian over towards Showers, but it doesn't seem like he's going to get the opportunity of saying that.
Swing out from Fabian, wins the trade. Kia in the left-hand side corner, which Sop reads. 2 steps ahead, Sop is. Oh, usually he connects those. Not this time, though. Nevertheless, they've got the 2-player advantage, and Ulf are grouping up together and heading towards the left-hand side of the map.
And this time they've actually been able to pull the rotations in their favor. Even Bastia's leaving B, reinforcing towards A. They want to play safety in numbers. It's a gamble towards the end. Ulf haven't actually committed out towards B just yet. Now with the dimensional drift, just going to confirm, not leaving anything to chance. Knowing, yes, it's a 5v3, but they haven't got the lead in the map to really afford a loss here.
True. A guarantee with all their weapons, also important.
They're not even going to go for it.
No. No chances taken here. I mean, they want this one to be a clean one, right? A 2-0, build up that confidence going into playoffs. And look, with Mandatory taking both BBL Pacific and Enterprise out of their group, the 2 reigning champs of Challengers EMEA are not competing in playoffs. This is even a chance to win the entire Split 3 Challengers EMEA.
I mean, this would also put them tied with Twisted Minds for going flawless in this 4-team group. Obviously, Dynasty did something similar in Group B, but there's only 2 other teams to compete against.
Right, yeah.
So securing a win here, being in that 3-0, like you said, is having confidence going into playoffs, really, because we'll find out who they're going to be matched up against towards the end of this stream. But yeah, you can't not confidence because momentum's definitely something. And Ulf might have just found the answer to that Detti Liche we're building. But with the saved rifles, they're able to reinvest into this one. So it's still a dangerous buy for Detti Liche. Going for something similar over towards Showers. Deadly duo of Sop and Fabian.
And you're not being shy about the Viper Spit usage either. Straight away using it up, making sure that this short position is cleared. Wolf going for the extremity cross into Showers. Tough angle to clear that one of Diffraction.
And it'll also be a tough angle for Sop to trade out. Even if Fabian goes down, is able to call the position of Fractions. That could be the most easy for Sop to clear.
Oh, you know now. Showstopper used. But it's a bit of momentum to get out of the angle as well. Nunn, on the other hand, wins his fight in B. Realizes no one else for support, so it's a quick pivot now to defend the A site of all things. Fabian, that's a beauty of a snipe to find. And instantly, Ulf have a chance.
And the thing is, the Viper's Pit is still up over towards short. If this gets dropped, that's a way for Audaz back into the round. But with Fabian falling...
Down with.
And Deadly Lease aren't slowing down. The Seekers have created enough chaos for Ulf that they can follow up on without a problem. Bastia double pump into Audaz's body, and that's it. Deadly Lease looking to get on 12. Sop, all he can do is find a consolidation frag. This is likely to be map point for Deadly Lease, and Haven just a grasp away.
Match point.
And off the back of the string of rounds that they were able to put together on the half switch. It's the half that Destiny have been struggling with the most in the most recent games on this map. Instead is Ulf that seems to be struggling and how to deal with this lockout of the Northeast team.
Move slowly but surely. They've got 4 out of the 5 players grouped up. Spike not quite with them. But they're entering into this B site.
Yeah, it's a fast clear up towards long, especially bypassing the smoke put down originally.
They could potentially go for a dry peek here. And they at least wouldn't have a clue.
But the thing is, Destiny have so much idea about what's going on. Yeah. That's why they're able to rotate Nunmeister over. It's going to be a heavily fortified B site, especially towards Hooker. Hang on!
A Proud distracts Kia's attention. It is a complete dry peek. Echo gets a double kill. Indeed, the dry cross is the call for Ulf, and it pays dividends. This round is theirs.
And now even Necky's aware of the possibility of it being towards the flank. Should have the upper hand against Bastion towards this engagement.
Enemy remaining.
This game is nuts. This game is truly nuts. You don't often see something like that.
An oversight coming in from Destiny though, because they were playing originally towards the B site. They smoked and flashed down long. They knew that there was players there. They just didn't expect, well, Ulf to have no care in the world, wanting to push the issue up towards long, using the orb from Echo to at least minimize the angles they initially have to clear. And with a little bit of prowler work from Necky towards Hooker, it completely distracts them.
Mind-boggling. Let's watch that one again. Because Echo realized, oh, I've got a clear situation on my hands there, but it's a tough angle to get the full headshot. Eventually gets the double in the end as well. But it's also the distraction from Necky that gets a lot of that damage done, and the turnaround to even get the flank in long. So there were a few steps to that round being unlocked for Ulf.
A little bit of a switch up in Zeta from sending Fractioned with this operator over towards long. But Ulf have been favouring early aggression. So from Echo, you can see how comfortable it makes them over towards long. While their attentions are over towards showers and towards short. Again, another silent creep up.
Oh, Kia again being the receiving end of it as well. Not fun. Not fun at all. Back-to-back rounds having that issue. None trying to clear up any players that approach him, but there's just too much. 2 positions, a lot of players. Spike down, then at least again on the back foot. And looking at their economy, they've got to save.
They might be able to stick around maybe a player or 2 to have a look in, but you don't necessarily have enough money or credits to afford Fraction going down. You want to keep this operator alive because of how important it can be. But a flawless, or soon to be flawless for Ulf in the 23rd round, threatening overtime. It's actually the time that you just step up.
Pulling them in.
Okay, cleanup crew is here. Maxim not going down without a fight. Okay. Actually, he's getting closer and closer to the Seekers, so that could be another tool in the arsenal. Sure, I think he's 3 orbs away, but, you know, getting an orb, a double kill, maybe one of those being a plant. Not impossible for it to be a relevant aspect to the penultimate, potentially, round of this map.
Pulling them in.
Yeah, also just makes you feel a little better on the way out.
Yeah.
Anyone feeling generous?
But it's not as if it's affecting the money of Ulf at all. Opting not to go for any sort of rifle into this one. It's going to be a heavy default. Similar orb over towards long. And that's an ultimate that's come online.
It's a waiting game for Fraction as well, with Fabian potentially looking across into his screen. In the process, though, also wondering whether Deadly Elise are willing to jump the gun, but nothing of the sort happens. A pressure now into Hookah, but in response to that, Ulf take over showers.
Yeah, and especially spotting out the operator as well. It's not necessarily something you want to force. With, like you said, the space over towards showers.
None. Position yet not checked. Oh, timing on it. Spike drop. That's the info. The rest of Deadly Elise looking to drop in. Dizzy is well timed as well. Oh, this could be it for Deadly Elise. Haven, a very likely possibility now. Echo falls down as a final player to drop. Basia with a triple. Strong stuff on the defense there on that A site. And with that, Deadly Elise gained a map of their own, not having enough of Challengers EMEA just yet. They want to show what they've got, and the third map is where they can do that.
Yeah, they entertained the comeback just for a little bit, but yeah, off that streak of rounds they were able to collect on that switch of the half, it felt like almost a formality for them to be able to force out Haven.
Indeed. Well, let's throw this over to the analyst to break that one down. A close one again, 13-11.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Challengers EMEA said it was done with Deadly Elise, but Deadly Elise said we're not done with you, Challengers EMEA. They're holding on for one more map here. And, well, I mean, look, what a fight from them. Look, we really hadn't seen much of Deadly Elise over the course of this group stage so far. They were put into a very difficult group, but maybe Ulf Esports have just let their guard down a little bit, having, you know, secured their spot in the playoffs.
Yep, and Deadly Elise absolutely smashed this out of the park with the composition that they were familiar with. The Sky, Gecko, bringing that back, even though that they lost against Enterprise Esports 3-13. This was the composition that they felt comfortable to go against Ulf. And this is exactly what we wanted to see from Deadly Elise. This is the setup that we kind of talked about prior to this match. That Deadly Elise is looking for more experience under their belt and the first win, first map win in Challengers EMEA, and that is exactly what they got. They had a quite peculiar game style there. Multiple rounds they started from their defensive side spawn, and with 3 players, not only 2, not 1 players, but with 3 players, and from the first contact that they heard either A or B, they made instant rotations. They were so ready for Ulf there. For a little bit there at the end of the match, it seemed like Ulf were kinda already reading out this play. They were doing the contact, didn't want to give any information, got a few rounds under the belt, but in the end, none is the one that closes it out. Absolutely demolishes it out with the park, out of the park with the Gecko. And I mean, we have a third map. That's gonna be Haven here.
Yeah, that does mean indeed that we move to Haven. And actually, honestly, this is a map that I would much higher rate Deadly Elise on compared to Bind. So considering the fact they were able to bring it to a map win on Bind, we're actually probably moving to their best map in the pool, I would say.
Yeah,
so
they
far,
won against Team Liquid Academy,
you know,
and Boris
statistically,
there.
I think so.
Yeah,
well, I mean, yeah, they played it a lot. They've got some good results on it, so I mean, we'll see now. Maybe Deadly Elise can also pull off the reverse sweep. We'll find out very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with our final map of the group stage.
And
let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything, it's art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day.
Alright everybody, welcome back to VALORANT Challengers EMEA. We are almost done with you and then we can let you, go get dinner or whatever. But Detty Elise said we are hanging on for a third map here. 13-11 on Bind, and now we are moving to Haven, which I much higher rate Detty Elise in compared to the two maps that we've seen already.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I love to see in Haven for Detty Elise is that Fractured is going for the ISO. I think he's been performing a little under the weather, especially in these first two maps. I would love to see Fractured absolutely pop off with the ISO. Sure, it's usually None who is going crazy with the Yoru, getting some op kills as well, but I think that's gonna be the person that I'm gonna look for in the side of Detty Elise, especially in this map. Fractured, you have to get comfortable with the ISO, you have to dominate, even though it's a Turkish firepower against you, even though you have to go for those 1 versus 1s. But then again, you're playing ISO, most likely.
Yeah. I mean, look, Ulf need to lock in now. Look, whether or not it is for anything, right? They've already secured their place in the playoffs. They need to lock in to just show that they are capable of beating teams like Detty Elise, because if you can't consistently beat a team like Detty Elise, an underdog team, then that doesn't bode well for your playoffs, and especially ascension chances as you move on through. So I do think Ulf need to prove to us now that they can close this one out. They had a little slip up there on Bind against a team with really not very good Bind stats, so that was really not a map they should have lost. They really can't be losing this one now.
Yeah, but I mean, that was well played by Detty Elise as well. But yeah, sure. I think Ulf actually got caught in some of the really old setup traps, like the double flash in B long through the smoke. A lot of those situations where I don't think Ulf actually got caught in Corrode, and usually I feel like on Corrode, Ulf was the team doing those trap setups and maybe being more proactive. Sure, I think Detty Elise even had there. I think they had some of those setups. I think they actually had pretty decent decent setups, but still, I feel like Ulf should usually be the team leading this matchup in terms of these players that are playing here, in terms of Ulf being the team going to playoffs and Detti Ulis being the 3rd seed of Northeast. Obviously, a bit different compositions. Here, what I'm gonna look for on the side of Wolf Esports is Fabian and Sop. That composition of Breach and Neon, I think I speak about this every time we see this composition because it's so prominent. You can make a lot of space with the Neon, but also when you combo with that Breach, that brings you a lot of first entry duel potential, and I think that's where we're gonna see Sop perform really, really well.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, look, Detti Elise, they have now gotten to that point. This is something we wanted to see from them, right? We did say before we started this series that we wanted to see a map out of Detti Elise, something to show that they really could keep up with this competition when they got to this stage. They've narrowly missed out on getting to EMEA Challengers so far. They won't be making the playoffs, so they needed to just make sure they made their mark on this group stage and show that they can play with the teams once they do get into that top 4 in Northeast. Look, we're looking forward to the future for these teams. We're looking forward to seeing what these players can go on to do, whether they stay as a team, whether they move on to bigger things after this. So I think that is what they have proven with that first map. Now, if they get this done in the second map, they do get a series win against Ulf Esports, against an Ascension team. That is genuinely, a statement.
Absolutely, and I think that would be great for Detti Ulis, but I mean, we have the last map to show whether Detti Ulis can actually surprise us and take this map out of the Ulf, and this series out of Ulf.
Let's see, indeed. It's exciting stuff, right? Seeing Detti Elise have another chance at this, have another crack at it, and it nearly looked like they crumbled under pressure in the second map, but no, this fight will still go on somehow. How do we feel about their potential getting the reverse sweep here?
Honestly, going into Haven, I kind of have to agree with MP, who is saying that I would rate Detti Elise higher on Haven than I would Bind or Corrode, right? It's something that they love to go for. It's something that we get to see Fractured and Nunmeister back on the double duel list, and especially onto the ISO Yoru. And it's something that they've been thriving at. My only concern is the composition from Ulf. I have the opportunity to shut it down, but look at the damage of that shock dart.
But it doesn't matter though, because Sop just got 2 picks out of thin air. Kia, how did he get him himself into the back line? What happened? Did he just left and check? Did he just stay in a corner? What's that?
They decided not to clear the close corner because there were other people that were shooting at them. So he's just decided to get 3 in the back.
We've picked up where we left off, haven't we? Picked up exactly where we left off. Okay, Neki now in the 1v2. Spike,
I have the spike
right there. A minute on the clock. He can run and hide. Could get into the short cubby. Detti Elise could also just spend 1 player on each of the map. No, they're holding hands here. And they've made the call to hold this A side, which Neki will probably end up in.
And that's the thing, is the Detti Elise players aren't going to check if the spike's moved or not, so they're just going to sit comfortably in these corners.
Now,
he's got
you
the arrow
found the
up.
first one. You probably think the second one's around here, and he avoids it completely. Neki is thinking with 200 IQ.
30 seconds left.
Where could Bastia have gotten to? The only thing is Bastia can sit pretty on towards the A side. He'll have an opportunity to upgrade to maybe a Sheriff or a Ghost. B site is fine because the trip's still there. He has his camera over towards C, so there's going to be enough time to get this spike down. It's just what he decides to do going for this retake.
Spike planted.
This camp's important. I can understand why Bastia doesn't initiate with it straight away. You want to make sure you've got the information when you get close, when it's relevant for you to approach. I don't mind this from Neki either, though. Going all the way around the world. He's going to be joining in from Garage.
Where's the time as well? He does have a shock dart, does have a recon to work with, but wants to use the element of surprise first.
Neki, this is his round to lose. He's got this fully under control. Bastia's going in for the search, and he's losing a lot of time in the process.
But now with Bastia going back up on towards site, he knows he has to be over towards Garage, but the only issue is this is an open plant. He has spotted out his shoulder, but he has to get on towards the spike.
And that's when Neki swings, gets the headshot.
Yeah, this is just mental. That Sop just gets both of those kills after being so low. But off the back of heroics from Kia's positioning and trigger discipline, somehow Ulf still come out on top. Okay, a little bit of a reset now for defenders. I'm gonna get a similar tune for the damage that Maxime was able to get in the previous. But this is good timing.
Oh, great timing. Echo with first blood. Now they could move into this A site. Daddy Lisa also pushing up mid even more. So Ulf need to be careful of that backline. You can see Echo occasionally looking behind him. That's exactly what he's doing right now. He's just on duty to catch these rotations as the rest of the squad take over the site.
It is.
Yeah, it's just going to be difficult to root him out of this position.
I'm out of here.
They know where the two remaining players are. Maxime,
Spike planted.
no secrets about his position. Same goes for Bassi, who wants to rejoin. Coming through from mids.
Last player standing.
Yeah, this is solid from Ulf. They haven't really given Dead Elise any chance to perform. They were really looking for another knife fight there, weren't they? They were really looking for that, and that is BM. But I think Dead Elise, better they didn't know about that, because they'd be furious after that.
It is.
Nice little cleanup. Full sequence with the Bulldog. Nothing crazy for Ulfin towards that round. Relatively simple. You deal with the initial push down from mid. Drone out, find a clear sight. I'm just going through the motions. This one, on the other hand, very, very important round for Detti Elise to put together because Ulf have invested into this one.
Echo going in. That's very risky. Overstelled is welcome by a lot. And of course, he's got to be punished for it. But is it enough of a distraction for the rest of the squad to move into this B site? Kia's approached on time. There is the trade and fight back. Spike can go down. And at the numbers deficit, Ulf are going to hold site control. Look at Neki, though. All the way around. And he's been silent. He's been tiptoeing all the way across. But attention turned towards him. Still, Neki wins that fight. I have no idea how that happened. So, backside. You usually wouldn't expect him to be there. You would have wanted both players to be hiding out in B main, but Neki is no longer planted for him. Shocked up, doing enough damage. And now it's all down to Fractioned. Touching the spike, putting pressure onto Neki, but he's not buying it. Out with a Phantom. Fraction's got his crosshair lined up correctly. Triple kill for Fractioned and Detti Elise on the board.
Ooh, close though. Again, it's coming down to these 1v1 situations where initially it's Detti Elise that looked so good at the beginning of the rounds. Massive kill coming in from Neki on the wraparound from A, besting his Sova counterpart. Only issue was not being planted for him, forces the shock dart and a push back in towards site.
Ultimates are starting to appear now as well, and with Ulf having Your Theft and Hunter's Fury available, you can't help but feel they could steal this tempo right back up.
Zop with the Outlaw wants to push the issue, knowing a few players aren't necessarily fully equipped.
None also with a mid push of his own, and he's caught Echo off guard. TP, he's out scot-free.
Another good start to the round. It's about the follow-up.
There are two players available to this B defense, but they have taken a few steps backwards, therefore room to move into here, Ulf.
Fraction's on the line though.
Scary. Like he's been permitted the cross though. Oh, Kia attacked by the Recon. Also nearly lost his life, but no. Still holding on. B site under the control of the Turkish squad. And the Northeast representative, though, answer back, who can see Ulfa looking to play aggressively at that, though. Fabian answering with two. 6 bullets available to him, but he's got the rest of the team to help out now. Maxim and Basia under a world of hurt with everyone looking in their directions. I'm not quite sure they know where Basia is, but does that even matter when you've got 3 players available to you? I don't think it does.
I have a slight inkling, especially with no peeks being given. Fabian on his way out of the site ultimately does fall to Basia, but it's an answer back from Ulf. The rifle v rifle round, make their presence known, and that's again back-to-back rounds going out on towards B.
It's impressive, isn't it? Not too shabby at all. So, as intended, Ulf do break Daddy Elise's efforts of chaining a couple together.
And now this is where we're talking about the ultimates. Seeing what they can do with them. It's not necessarily the most ideal round, but you do have that hero rifle saved over from Basia and towards that round. Stop still got the outlaw. He has no need to upgrade to anything else. Oh, 3 players spotted out towards long. He's just going to funnel them into this rifle. It's just immediately dealt with.
And that was the biggest gun available to Daddy Elise that round. Without it, you're putting faith on a few cowboys. One of them eliminated, and so was the other. C takeover is clean. Maxim, last man standing, just the bare minimum of a classic, but it doesn't survive for long. Flawless. Just, what's that? 21 down points of damage taken by Sop, but that's it.
How dare Sop take any damage?
Yeah.
Gosh.
How dare he?
Okay, bullet through the wall to the shoulder.
Player standing.
It was off the very first initial engagement. I kind of solidified Daddy Elise's chances in that round, right? Especially after 3 being spotted over towards A. Immediate call from Ulf to funnel in towards C, deal with the only rifle available. Nothing's available. Fraction has his ultimate up on online.
I'm out of here.
But Garage is the first target, and Fraction looking to jump in. Thing is, you don't really have a flash available to you, but do you need it? First blood goes to Fraction. Hunter's Fury causing chaos. Sop wanting to see if he can trade with the overdrive, but Basia knows exactly where he needs to look, and therefore the collection is nice. Echo trades back, but 3 more to find, and the spike out of reach. This is a tough one, and Daddy Elise feels like they've already put a mark on the round. Echo will give it a go. 7 bullets, but he's being chipped away at, and now everyone has got their attention turned towards double doors. Daddy Elise doesn't take long for them to get back on scoring ways.
The shorty kill is silly. But Basia doing exactly what's required of him, dropping out of the smoke in support of Fractions in the little garage pursuit that they had. Sure, still managed to get out onto C, but the only issue is lost all his teammates in the process and the spike. So on his re-entry, met face to face with 3 Daddy Elise players, and now it wants to go for the same exact thing again, but this time a little bit more aggression. Pulls this garage play, speed.
Definitely a lot more pace. Rolling Thunder thrown in instantly. Once caught towards the back of the site, and the aftershock might be cleaning him up. Forced out, spotted by the recon as well. Oh, Kia, how about that? Not slowing down. Wanting to keep this site under control before the spike even goes down. That's a smart decision. And he's got reinforcements arriving. You've got damage dealt here by Fabian, but it's just not enough. Daddy Elise very decisive on the mid-round calls. Super explosive on reacting to the C hit.
Yeah, hopefully you can see it in the replay. The initial fight, not ideal. Basia goes down, but the TP from Kia in towards site, a double kill over towards the plat positioning, or even the floodgates. The rest of the defenders to funnel into site. Yeah, really not happy with how things have been transpiring so far in their attacking half. Ulf taking a timeout.
I mean, it's not all lost yet, right? Sure, you've been slowed down, you've been put down a peg. You've got some money to buy into. It's not looking clean though, because some of the players are lacking the funds. It's just that Dead Elise have been quick on the reads, haven't they? On the flow, they've kind of had an idea of where to look. They've been disallowing ULF from getting comfortable on these sites, and it's the right approach for Dead Elise to take. It's been working.
What is the answer back that Ulf are trying to find? They will have money to buy a couple of hero rifles coming into this one. You're looking towards Echo and Eki to be the difference makers here. It's actually a full investment coming in from Sop.
Potential C hit there. You can already see them aligning. It's just Bastia there, potentially in control of stopping this push from coming forth. Those shock darts will be breaking. And he tripwires, and again, Dead Elise so quick to pull the trigger on response to this. Into C they'll go, but there's a double back maneuver coming in from Ulf.
Yeah, they haven't put any sort of flanking positions in place. Sure, you have the couple of trips over towards A, but nothing in regards to the utility of Dead Elise over towards Garage or over towards C have been dealt with from by Bastia.
Time to jump.
Beauty of a shot by Nun. Great opener. But Ulf aren't slowing down their C bomb site effort. Fabian pre-fires Bastia's position. Neki wins his own 1v1 and instantly C is cracked wide open.
He has an opportunity to catch these players off guard, but off the back of that neural theft is not going to be off guard for much longer. And Ordaz, welcome to Haven.
It's scrumptious. And indeed, welcome to Haven. He's just made it look that simple. It's his own home. And no one shall cross without his permission.
On a spray transfer into the headshot. And now coming into this one, it's a little bit of an answer back from Ulf. Now we're looking towards Dead Elise to see if they can get their groove back, because the couple of rounds that they were able to get were relatively strong positionally wise of players popping off.
But now Ulf have got this A site in their eyes. Dead Elise yet again have got the read. Kill contract.
Didn't get anyone?
It doesn't connect. Just out of reach. So missed opportunity. Shop finds himself already to the back of the site. Yeah, Dead Elise can react to this on time. They thought they could have interrupted it with a null command, with a stun perhaps, but no, couldn't happen. Couldn't happen at all. Ulf are just too damn quick. And this A site is theirs. They even take an extra moment to pick up an orb. They want to min-max this round, this game, as much as possible.
Planted.
I mean, it's just an absolute slaughter for Dead Elise is trying to come out of backside. Hello, Bastia.
Is he taking a selfie?
He's just trying to protect himself. Early warning signs with trip over towards main and camera to hold where Echo's closing in.
Tagged. Deleted.
At least the rest of the Ulf players know exactly where to go hunting for this. Which, one thing is, Ulf have not been very successful on these hunts. We saw on Bind and on Kuro, they tend to lose 3 or 4 and don't necessarily always get the kill. So at least the hunt will be successful. 2 players go down, but that will be fine for any sort of reinvestments, and they secure 6 minimum on the half.
Oh, that was a collateral as well. They lined up.
But the thing is, even if they didn't necessarily line up and it was all in the same little spray, is they had no space anyway. There were multiple people on the same angle, and there was no real room for Dead Elise to get back out onto site because of how quick Ulf Esports were able to get towards the hell positioning, and the fact that nobody got caught in towards the kill contract to slow down their pursuit.
Yeah, that's true. But Ulf will take it. They don't mind. On to the next. And the 7th round, definitely in reach. Dead Elise in positions to rotate quickly. They've gained information towards that left-hand side. No breakage of the trap, though. I just realized that C is not of interest for their opponents. Still a 1-for-1. That could be a rifle upgrade for one of these players that are trying to retake. Neural theft as well, giving the information of the whereabouts of these attackers is massive. Especially when you look at Kia in the back line, Rolling Thunder, wanting to take advantage of one of these flanks, at least delaying the B-Link cross. Echo reads Kia's angle quickly. That is a massive pick to collect. And with that, it feels Daily-Lee's hopes are in the dumps. That was their winning case scenario, wasn't it? Kia just crossing into the back line, but without it, nothing much is left. And North find a 7th round in their bag.
Yeah, Echo just doesn't even stop. Gets the kill onto Kia, runs into side to side. Sure, there's more players left here. Let me go get those ones. Cleans up the last 2 remaining. 7 now for Ulf, and things are starting to slow down for Daily-Lee. Now they're investing into an operator for Nunmeister. And even an Odin for Maxime.
This is a nice spot.
Hoping to do some damage, spraying out of garage, but the only issue is no one from Ulf is there.
No, no one at all. Kia locked into a corner. Oh, that was weird. That was uncomfortable. Stun and aftershock, though, should finish up the deed. Fraction is given some space to work with, so he's evened up the scales. 3v3 there on this retake.
Your ultimate's available, so same goes for Maxime with the arrow, and the Zodian could prove impactful, but they have to buy time because Bassi is on this long flank.
Operator's looking for an angle, a pixel, something to work off of.
I'll handle this.
But the Dimensional Drift is the call. Switching into a Vandal as well. Oh, he's saying shoot at me, but no, Odin shots are connecting. As long as movement is involved, that's a great recon as well, so it's going to reveal both players coming in from long. You know that one player is up in heaven, so Ulf know how to set up. Doesn't matter though, because none connects with the first shot. Sop turns his attention around, and he draws his opponent's awareness towards his position for Neki to stand out from. Ulf on 8 with 1 round left in the half. They could end up with a massive lead by the end of this half time.
Yeah, it feels as soon as the Ulf players get a sniff of the position of the player, so much utility goes their way. You look at the Kia over towards Short. Short is able to get a 1 onto Echo, but as soon as he does, you have a Neon Stun coming his way, a Paranoia, same goes with an Aftershock, and then there's no way for him back into the round. And same goes for the reveal that went over towards long, hitting both players and Neki capitalizing.
Mid push again. Seen a few of these so far. A couple of them successful, a couple of them not. But this time, you've got Fraction very close. Usually you'd see him take a link position, but he switched things up with Nunmeister as there's a bit of a swap up, but also swap things up a little bit. Over to this A site, they do leave Neki busy in garage though.
But they haven't dealt with the trips just yet, so that's at least another layer of security that they have to work with. He is going to have information of the flash out towards long that they're trying to creep up. Top is a solo engagement close quarters could prove interesting.
Slow but steady. Oh, that's a hand. And by using the smoke here, he's revealed this position for Sop to take care of. Hunter's Fury in response, but Ulf have changed their minds up completely. On to C they go. Can Bastia get the jump on this? Yes, he can. So Daily-Lee at least have a foot on the C side for the take.
But there's 3 players already coming towards backside. This is going to be difficult for Stop to deal with. At least gets 1, but the trader's there and they still backside. They still have to get past these players, and Audas does.
Indeed, first one goes his way. Maxim wants to take the fight to him though. Low on health, Fabian cleans up for 30 seconds. He needs to act quickly and find cover, but Fraction joins in the back line, and it is enough. 8-4 will be the score at half time. Again, I don't know how Daily-Lee have done it. 3 out of 3 maps, they get the final say at half time.
Eagle-eyed, revealing it.
And
a little bit closer than it could be. Ulf seemed to be on track to have a tremendous lead at that attacking side, but that flow has been interrupted at the penultimate moment. At the same time, though, Deadly Elise great on the pistols. They could like another one here.
Especially leaning now in towards this attacking half. It's a double dueler setup, remember. Fractioned and Nunmeister. Keep your eyes on those two. If you look at Deadly Elise, they're teeing up for an A hit. All 5 towards lobby.
Could be a crunch. Fabian, he either is the trouble or is in trouble. And I feel like it's the latter, or the former. As there with a double of his own. And he's still being a menace. That parrying has slowed him down so damn much. Down to 14 points of health, though, was an easy collection by the end. Deadly Elise lacking the numbers, and you've even got Echo on the back line.
Yeah, it's just going to be an issue. If they want to go towards long or want to retreat, they have to get past this man. I'm going to be ready for it. Maxime was, but it doesn't matter. It's a double collection for Echo. A 9 on the board for Ulf. This was their way back in for the side of Deadly Elise. Is on the attack. The double duelist wanting relatively well at collecting these pistols. But when they really needed it the most, he evades them.
It was the last bullet as well for Echo there. If that one went to the wayside, could have been trouble for him, and then a 1v2 might have been made possible. On to the next, though. It's a pistol, as always, for Deadly Elise. Has to be respected, but at the same time, maybe not. Fabian! Oh, field work of that. That's a scrumptious meal. Starter, main, and the dessert.
Yeah, that was a speed run. Second round. Oh, absolute cleanup.
This goes here.
Okay, double digits hit now. Rifles out though for Deadly Elise, so this is the opportunity now to show why they like to go in towards this double duelist composition, because it's something that they've been relatively successful at back in Northeast. It's just the successes have evaded them in Challengers EMEA completely. Bind was the only map they've won in this little gambit of...
Yeah. Hey, one's better than none. You know, going to Challengers EMEA and saying you've taken a map off of the top team of the group. Could be worse, right?
That's a couple of heads spotted.
Yeah. And some piece of utility aimed at delaying what's about to happen here for Deadly Elise. Ulf, just like their opponents on the defense, have reacted quickly. 3 players on the defense, on the case. But it also feels like Deadly Elise have got the read on this and want to back out.
And they don't necessarily have to commit either. There's still a minute to work with. And with the smoke that was being popped down by Odaz over towards short, it's not as if they could scale up there and go for a double entry in towards A. So instead, they turn the sights to see what's happening over towards mid. They at least have the security that knowing that no one's necessarily pushed out towards C. Still a lot of utility Echo has.
Yeah. Echo's push, you also know it is going to be a B hit. Smoking A-Link. Sop disrespects it and moves to the back side. 20 seconds. Deadly Elise needs to start making a decision. And the split second choice is to move into Garage and see. That's the right call to make. And they've just avoided Echo from dropping into the back line. Bastia might have to deal with that a little bit later, but at least the site takeover will be successful. Sop wanting to line up quickly.
Ah! No!
What? No! No! That hurts if you're Echo. That really hurts. You thought you got away with a kill, but you stopped shooting and you end up biting it. Oh boy. Well, you win some, you lose some. That's the attitude you need to have in this moment. Aldaz will make this one a competitive affair. Sheriff out in my... I should make this winnable. No. No, you don't.
Has a smoke as well for
Paranoia,
bomb.
no stick on the defuse recon. Out!
Oh my
And it's enough of
gosh.
a bait. Maxim thought it was a stick after the Paranoia was thrown in, but it was not. How the turntables? Aldous has won that.
It's a 2v4, but even then it shouldn't have even been a 2v4. This, oh no. Oh, we didn't have to see it in the replay. That was poor. That was poor. But nice little clutch from Odas though. Coming in from that 2v4 retake.
Yeah.
I mean, thing is, that's the mentality that Deti Elite should be having, the fact that Basia survives. But then instead, a little gap allowed, and other esports sliding their way back in towards that round, and now it's an 11-4 scoreline. Fast step towards C.
It is indeed, but Ulf have responded to it nicely. The recon's good, but blinded.
Great flash.
And Kia is taking the previous round personally. Enough nonsense, enough shenanigans. Let's just take a decent take of our own. Let's not beat around the bush. Yeah, Kia, wow. A triple to his name.
My ult's ready.
They don't want to go down as a joke. And indeed, they will not. A 5th round collected. The hold on for now. Ulf aren't afforded a clean half.
Oh, that flash coming out just in time to save Kia. And allow him to become the hero of the round later on.
Here.
I thought a saving grace for Deti Elite towards this one. Denying map and series point.
Again, a C crunch though. And once more, Ulf have got decent setup. Ready and waiting. I'll beat this the shield. Aldous is making clean work of this, and Echo, even on the Sheriff, can be destructive. Aftershock is the recipe to annihilate Maxim's position. And an drone will quickly realize Basia's angle as well. All of players have created a shooting gallery. Neki gets a bit overzealous and goes for the peak, but it's not like he couldn't afford to do that. Basia wondering if there's someone on the lurk that he can isolate, just picking at straws really at this moment in time, hoping that this is a misplay by Ulf, but you can see the lines. Those are crosshairs. Those are players pointing in this direction. And there you go. Sop slides by, 12 on the board for Ulf, 1 away from securing the series and an undefeated streak in the group stage.
Oh, it started, the round previous was such a lovely executing towards C, and it was with lesser buys, with lesser utility, and this time chipping it over their own lace as it feels for Deti Elite going out and towards that site. Like you said, it could be the last round for Deti Elite this year. And they're not necessarily well equipped.
Well, a similar setup as the one before, and it's making Ulf think it is indeed a C setup, but it's all a ruse. It's a fake. All right, 1v1 time, minigame, who wins it? It's Fraction hiding around, and he got a little bit greedy with that one. And the spike hasn't moved, they haven't even gone to the A site. So what was that all about? Oh well. Either way, Ulf looking to clean up here. Basia gets 1 kill to keep Deti Elite involved. A 2v3 no longer feels impossible.
The issue is they don't have any space. You can see how worried they are about looked up positions from the Ulf players. Even using the owl drone just to clear out window.
I know exactly where you are.
How does spotted. Neural Theft does its job. Caught by the trip, but drops back in time nevertheless. Paranoia to keep his opponents back, and his attempt to be ready for what's about to throw at him breaks the recon as well.
The thing is, they have to make a decision, and especially with Neki coming in support, there's 26 seconds left. They have to get past this cleanly.
Oh dear. But Neki is there in time. He is there to support. A triple for Neki. A 13th round for Ulf. A second map and an undefeated streak in the group stage. Sure, BBL Pacific haven't made it into playoffs, but the second representative from Turkey will take up that spot, hoping to redeem glory for the region. And boy, what a group performance is that from Ulf.
Yeah, another team that goes through flawlessly. So we've had a little bit of a domination coming in from the groups. Both B, C, and D have all been flawless victors. The only one that, that was a struggle was Group A. That was what the group of death. So it does make sense that that went to that three-way tie. But yeah, for the side of Ulf, you're going to be happy having the momentum going through. Had a little bit of a test on some of the less played maps and officials during this series, and sights definitely set on what they can do in, well, playoffs, now that they are the only two huge representatives.
Well, while that's it from us, this means playoffs is coming up soon, folks. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's throw this to the analyst desk, because they've got a lot to break down, and then an interview is coming up next. So don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
Thank you so much for your work today, Pavlos and Winter. Amazing casting over a series that I thought, you know, I think most of us thought was going to be done in 2 from the start here. But yeah, Dirty Elise putting up a big fight. It doesn't work out for them in the end. Ulf managed to get that win over them. Look, they made meals out of some of their performances over the group stage, but what matters in the end is they went flawless in terms of series score.
Yeah, and what I like from this match for Dirty Elise, it feels like most of these players at least had a decent performance throughout this series. Maybe it wasn't this Haven, maybe it was Blind or Corrode. A lot of these players got to have that experience, got to have that at least one good map, at least a map that they can take out home with them from this Challengers EMEA. They didn't go home empty-handed, but in the end, Haven is way too much, especially when SOP is dominating. Like I said, that Breach Neon combination, it is just unstoppable when they're online. And I'm gonna be honest, I think SOP could have done it without that Breach as well. He was just dominating, running through the server, getting all of those kills. Oof, they felt like a whole damn different team compared to that Bind.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is a team that is going to make some waves in playoffs, obviously.
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of good teams moving into playoffs. They've got Mandatory, who managed to beat out, well, not beat out both teams, but get ahead of BBL Pacific and Enterprise Esports, both champions in the playoffs. So there's lots to do for this team, but I am very excited to see them play in that. And we're going to get some insights into what is going to happen there, because we have an interview with one of the Ulf players.
Hello there, not quite Ulf player. I have stolen Vlad, their coach, for an interview instead. First of all, how are you feeling ending this group stage on a high?
I'm feeling delighted because we achieved what we came here for, and yeah, I'm just so grateful for my team to compete at this level and prove everyone wrong, especially in the opening game against Job Life. That's it. Job's not finished yet, of course. We will be competing in Ascension in 1 month away. So we're just excited to take part in stage on LAN environment, you know. Yeah, pretty much like that.
And you guys have had an absolutely stellar run, undefeated. Now, I've got to ask you, there's only so many bad things that we can mention. One of the only maps you've dropped, Bind. Can you maybe tell us what went wrong a little bit there and what you would do differently if you had to play it again?
Yeah, definitely. Like Bind was our pick so far. For sure, playoffs. For playoffs, we might actually consider what to do about it. And this is our new comp as well. We will just check within the team, and especially for pistol rounds, we feel like we're getting anti-stratted, even if we didn't show anything in the Job Life game as well. The players on Job Life were like outstanding, especially in the one-on-one performances, individual skill, they're amazing. But for our attacking side, I think we need to figure out what was wrong, because I'm kind of happy with the defense side. We need to look into that, because every single every single day we have been competing in officials, so sometimes we don't have enough time to check every single official map so far. But for playoffs, sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and we're really looking forward to seeing you in playoffs, and of course secured your spot going forward into Ascension already. Something that I wanted to ask you specifically about is that the desk picked up on it a little bit in Corrode. Right after that round 9, you called a timeout, and every time you've called a timeout, they've been perfectly timed, they've been so impactful. Can you give us a little bit of insight about how you as a coach utilize that short window that you get to talk to the team?
Yeah, I really appreciate you. Realize that and mention that in the interviews, because many times it's getting ignored. Not for especially for the viewer perspective. I particularly don't really call the round after I take timeout, but in this tournament I started doing this because I see some gap. I want to, expose that gap and take advantage from that. So I need to start to remember what I called that round, but I definitely remember calling something and then going through with that gap. But props to our opponent. They play without a coach, they play without organization, and they made it to this stage. Well played from them as well. But yeah, I'm getting to I got to know this team for I signed with this team 1 month ago, and their perspective and my perspective is so similar. So it was really nice to start from the beginning on the same page, and that makes my job easier.
It's looking like it's going so well for you guys. You've taken the world by storm already. Now, looking ahead, you do have playoffs, but already looking towards Ascension. We know the teams that have qualified. Is there a team that you're looking forward to playing against?
That's a bit controversial because we have been losing against BBL Pacific, but on this other side, on the other hand, we like to qualify to VCT EMEA as 2 Turkish teams. So it will be better if we don't compete with each other to the last stage, to the finals. Especially, I think, since we eliminated one of the French teams, Job Life, I think I would pick mandatory because any team is right now within the same range of skill set, but I think we have been practicing against them, and every single game it was fun, and I see my players having a real fun time practicing against that team. And why not for the officials?
On the subject of players having fun, my final question for you is that we saw a cheeky little knife kill come out on Corrode, and we saw lots more attempts at it. Can you tell us a little bit about, the enthusiasm to try and get those knife kills in?
Knife kills are not that common in Valorant. There's a reason behind it. Some people are getting offensive, getting knifed, pulling knife out. But I prefer not to do it. But this game didn't mean much because we already qualified from group stage, and they didn't have any chance to qualify to playoffs as well. We tried to have some fun, but after we lost Mind, we came together in the living room, and I told them we have to take it just like Job Life game, the seriousness and the determination, because we needed to show who we are, so
exactly.
Having fun is something good, but there's a little limit for that. I don't know how to express it in English though, but yeah, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, a little bit of a balance, but I'm going to let you go and celebrate with your team and get ready, of course, for the playoffs. Thank you so much for joining us and for the incredible insight.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Have a nice night. Goodbye.
And that's us done with the group stages. An amazing interview there as well, some really great insight. And I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more here from Vlad. Seems to have a lot of impact on the team and with getting the mentality back into line as well. So thank you so much to him for joining us. But I'm going to hand it over to the desk to wrap up the group stage once and for all.
All right, thank you so much, Affinity. What a great interview. And yeah, I think I'm excited. You know what? This is a different playoffs for teams than we've had before this year. And, you know, we're going to have a new winner, right? We're going to have a new Challengers EMEA winner no matter what. So I'm excited to see who will come out on top on this one. I do think there are definitely some names that have been attempting to get up into these kind of top 4 areas over the course of the year so far, and none of them have quite made it, you know, losing out obviously to the surprise run from Enterprise Esports, or just being crushed under the heel of BBL Pacific, and now Ulf have that opportunity to rise above their Turkish brethren, right? So I'm interested. This is going to be a good one. I think there are a lot of interesting matchups, and I think everybody's relatively evenly matched, I would say, over all groups.
And I mean, not only Ulf is great team, but they have a great interview in Vlad. I mean, what an insight there. But I think you hit the nail in the head. I think Vlad kind of said that same thing, that these teams, they are very even at this stage. They are really evenly matched up. And I'm really interested to see what the bracket is going to look like, because I think that's going to determine a lot of these things. Is Mandatory going to go against Ulf? Is Vlad going to get his wish already here? I'm not quite sure.
Well, wouldn't you know, we have a bracket ready for everybody. Ooh. So here it is, the bracket immediately. So I'm seeing it for the first time as well.
Okay.
So our first game will be Mandatory versus Desire straight away.
Dynasty.
And then we've got Twisted Minds versus Ulf. So, okay, they're not going to get to play against the team that they wanted to straight away. But, maybe if they get that win. Look, here's the thing, Twisted Minds have done incredibly well, so it is the 2 flawless teams versus the 2 non-flawless teams in their group. So yeah, this should be a very interesting start.
Yeah, and it's the first seed versus the second seed on both of these brackets. Mandatory going against the Spain rising first seed in Dynasty Ulf Esports. The second seed going against the first seed of MENA Resilience Twisted Minds. I'm gonna be honest, I think this is gonna be really, really interesting, and it's gonna be interesting to see how this playoffs shape off, because I think this is already start of the path to ascension. How are these teams gonna face against each other? Obviously there is 4 more teams in ascension, but this is already kind of, we will already get to see how these teams actually face against each other. We will see new matchups, maybe new compositions, maybe new playstyles, how these teams adapt to different regional playstyles as well.
Alright, so here's what we got through today. In case you missed any of it, Twisted Minds managed to get that victory 2-0 against Boars to close out their group stage. And Ulf, they made a little bit of a meal out of it, a little more, but then again, they didn't have to get that win in the end to qualify on through. So 2-1 versus Detti Elise, and that is it for the group stage. Let's take a look at every team getting through on that one. Once again, I mean, you already saw the bracket, but we can take a look at the teams that got through. What led us to this stage? There we are. Mandatory, Dynasty, Twisted Minds, and Ulf Esports. I mean, some definite, I would say, upsets got us to this stage. I don't think Mandatory thought that they were going to be here in this playoffs, but here they are. And I think despite it being a very close group, despite it still ending up as a tiebreaker between them, it was very much deserved from them.
Yeah, and I think that's actually the best result from Group A. Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific not making out of that group means that we will actually see all 3 of them in ascension. Sure, that's gonna be down on the line, and playoffs are gonna be the first thing that we're gonna see. I want to see more of Enzo. I'm gonna be honest, I'm really, really happy that I get to see that more already tomorrow.
Indeed, yes. Coming up tomorrow, they don't get any breaks. We're putting right back to work. We're coming up with Mandatory versus Dynasty straight away tomorrow, same time as we started today, and then Twisted Minds versus Of Esports will be our second game. So very, very exciting stuff. Lots to look forward to. We've still got the whole of playoffs to go, so many more days of Valorant left. But that's about it from us. Thank you so much for watching the group stage. I mean, you're going to be joining me tomorrow as well, if I remember correctly. So you're not going to have to. There's not going to be any culture shock from any new broadcast talent. You're going to be with us in the safe hands once again. So thank you so much, guys, for watching with us, and we will see you again same time tomorrow. Lots more to look forward to. Goodbye.
And
either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we're all for our lives, not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back.